to sit, instead of feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning. Gotta have the caffeine, wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on the sea. 1 sip, 2 sips, instead of feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing,
Y'all
I
sing
needed
it.
my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning. Gotta have the caffeine, wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on the sea. 1 sip, 2 sips, instead of feeling so alive. Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine, wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on the sea. 1 sip, 2 sips, instead of feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to.
Whoa. So I hope that intro wasn't too long, guys. I don't want to make it super long, but I want to give the notifications a chance to get out. And mine did go out on my phone. Did you guys get a notification this time?
I didn't get a push notification, no. And I've got all notifications turned on for you.
Well,
For
I
your channel.
appreciate that, but it didn't work. Okay. Well, I don't know what YouTube's deal is with the notifications, guys, but all I can say is make sure they're on and unsub to a bunch of stuff you don't want to be sub to that might help, because that's usually what helps me. I've had to go through the list several times and unsub from a bunch of stuff, and then I began to get what I wanted. But let's say some good mornings here. Joe, how are you this morning?
Fantastic. How are you doing? Can you hear me?
I'm good. I'm actually having a good morning. I was cold. It's gonna, as soon as this stuff burns off, maybe it'll be a beautiful day.
Yeah. Did I tell you it rained here yesterday in the valley east of Phoenix?
You said you were going to get some rain, and y'all hadn't had rain in a while, right?
Yeah, since August. Since August.
Wow. I
That's
couldn't
a drought.
imagine.
But
That
this
is
is
a
the
drought.
desert. This
Yeah.
is the desert. So what do you expect?
Yeah. Right. It's so funny because I'm in a tropical type location, and we get a lot of rain, especially in the summer. We'll get those afternoon thunder pop-up storms all over the place. But we experience droughts from time to time, but not too bad. Sucks for the farmers in the orange groves, but everybody got their weather issues. Sinead, welcome in this morning. And guys, for those of you who are members, I forgot to ask. I did make some emojis for you guys. And so when you join as a member, you get a little salt shaker by your name. And yeah, I'm adding more. I played around yesterday with some things, so I tried to upload some emojis for you guys to be able to use, and I'll get more of that stuff done. And I got something cute that I've made for us that we can throw up when we need to. I'll show you. I like that.
I do too.
I found an emoji maker. I was like, how are everybody doing this? So I went and found this. I was like, I want that one. And then I found my music on the CapCut. So yeah, I've been playing around video editing for the past day or two, just playing around with different things. But I thought that was cute. So when we get ready to call bullshit, we can just throw that up there.
Right.
Oh my goodness. Forrest, thank you for coming in as usual. You are the best mod. Sinead, you are our OG. Were in here first. this morning I noticed you in here, so I appreciate you coming on in when you did. So yeah, guys, we're going to cover a couple of things this morning. We're going to spend a moment on there was a plane crash last night, and it was horrific, and I just want to touch on that, show you guys the update on that in case you didn't hear about it. We won't spend too much time on it because it's a tragic story, but I want to, it's like it's breaking news, and we are like a morning news show. But we are also going to move into the Gilgo Beach Rex Heuermann update from that court hearing yesterday. Watch a couple of things on that. That shouldn't take too long to get through, and then we're going to move into our Idaho 4. I'm going to call this part 1 of our deep dive into the last 2 hearings they held, because we really didn't get a chance to do that yet. Oh, check it out. Sinead throwing out our little emojis there. So yes, if you guys are a member, you have access to those. And Jonah, I appreciate you guys joining us and joining the memberships. And Joe got his first super chat. Was it yesterday, Joe?
Woo! Yes.
Hey.
Thank you,
Sinead, she's our OG for sure. We love it. But as far as becoming a member, if you guys want to consider becoming a member to help support the channel, that'd be awesome. Of course, just joining and subbing up and liking is enough. But I do plan to do a members only live probably this weekend, and I will be doing a deep dive on the Lisk Rex Heuermann case. There's a lot of there to unpack, and there's some really particular things I want to talk about and show. And there was a suggestion by the community members as I put out like a little poll with them and asked them some questions and got some good feedback. So we're going to do our first members only live on this, so we can just take like a few hours and do what we do. Good morning, Dolphin. Thank you for being here. There is a way. I was playing around on my YouTube studio yesterday, and there is a way for me to gift memberships, but right now they don't have the option turned on for me, because if they did, I would. Let me check and make sure they didn't do that yet. No, because I was like, I want to gift memberships like that. No, ma'am. We have not discussed them yet, but we're going to move into them pretty quickly. I'm just going to cover a couple of little things, and then we'll get right into it. Dolphin, thanks for being here. All right, guys. Like I said, this is a horrific story, so we're not going to spend, I just want to get you the updates on it. Where's my plate? Uh-oh. Why did it do that? Okay, let me pull up my share screen here. Okay, here we go. Again, thanks everybody for being here, and we'll watch this. Now, this happened last night. I was awake when it happened, but I was like, people were going live with it, and I was just like, no, I'm not going to go live with it. We'll talk about it a little bit in the morning. So if you pray, say prayers for all the victims and their families. If you're into sending healing vibes and good vibes and all the things, whatever you choose to do, do that.
This morning, and we say it with great sympathy because there is a great tragedy that took place in the skies just outside of Washington, D.C. last night. A military helicopter colliding with an American Airlines jet near Reagan National Airport this morning. The search and rescue operations continue in the icy Potomac River, where both aircrafts plunged after that crash. So far, no survivors have been located. At least 67 people on boards of both those aircrafts collectively. Some members of the U.S. figure skating team believed to be among the victims, and we are all praying for a miracle at this point. Eamon is at the scene on the Potomac River. Eamon, walk us through what happened and where things stand right now.
Andrew, the first emergency call was 8:48 p.m. last night. Investigators were on the scene, search and rescue on the scene 10 minutes after that. We're now getting daylight here just on the scene, getting our first live look in the daylight of the crash scene. I can tell you that Park Police helicopters are now circling overhead. They seem to be orbiting that site on the far side of the Potomac River across from where we are standing in Alexandria, Virginia. That'll be the D.C. side of the river where search and rescue efforts are focused right now. Tragedy deepening this morning as our NBC affiliate here in Washington, D.C. is reporting multiple sources to them saying that officials have recovered more than 30 bodies from the site of the wreckage here. So the death toll here is tragic and expected to get worse as the hours continue, because we are now more than 9 hours after this incident and no reports of any survivors have come in so far. Andrew, I can tell you also that the conditions on this river, the river is deep today, it is flowing quickly today, and it is very cold. We know that this is the highest level the water has been at for days. The water is moving at its fastest rate since Tuesday last week. The water temperature just at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Very, very cold. This river was iced over entirely last week, to the point where you could almost walk across the Potomac River, something we rarely see here in Washington, D.C. So that gives you a sense of the conditions that crews have been working in throughout the night as they try to hope against hope in terms of finding somebody alive in that wreckage. I can also tell you, Andrew, there is sort of an eerie silence here in this area. We are just to the south of Ronald Reagan National Airport, which is just to my right, your left here. And typically this area, every couple of minutes, is awash in sound from aircraft landing, taking off at National Airport. It is very loud here normally. Today, all we hear are those helicopters circling the area looking for any survivors, any bodies. So this is a very difficult scene. They say they expect ultimately Reagan National Airport will be closed until 11 a.m. this morning. No flights in or out until that hour. And we are expecting at the bottom of this hour, 7:30 a.m. Eastern, we are expecting an additional briefing from officials on site to give us a sense of what else they know at this point. Andrew, back over to you.
To provide the support needed for our community and all who have been affected. We are still learning minute by minute additional details about this.
I don't know if you guys can hear her. That one was really hard for me to hear this morning, and just now when she started, it only went to one side of my headphones, so I don't know if you guys can hear that or not.
I heard that video fine. Do you want the Fox News actual collision video?
Go ahead.
They have Fox News has the collision video. It's only like 5 seconds long, 10 seconds long.
Yeah, I have
We
it.
do have this developing story
Okay.
that we do have to bring you this morning. And
Oops. There we go again with that. Get off of here.
It's way off in the distance, because you see a plane that's closer in the view screen, but then you see the explosion in the background, and you can when they replay it again, you can kind of see the helicopter coming in from the left side and colliding, and the helicopter is blacked out. The Black Hawk helicopter is blacked out. He has no lights going.
You could actually, he does have a light. Okay, what I'm
Does
about
he?
to tell you guys is what we just watched, and they showed it, and I should have stopped. Okay, so let me get the screen up there and kind of show you what I'm talking about here, because I was reviewing this last night, and I was like, holy shit. Uh-oh, my screen didn't come up. I'm sorry. I don't like being that hot mess express. Y'all know that. All right. Why is my screen not coming up? Wow. Hold on, what's going on here? Share screen. I'm clicking the correct thing, and I'm clicking share, and nothing's happening. Maybe I need to do my different. Oh. Maybe because I got it. No. What happened? Y'all, this is like our second time streaming from here, and this has not happened before. Like, okay, let me try it again. Wow. All right, let me do it this way. Because it's very interesting the way it looks. The helicopter, the Black Hawk, flew into the airplane. And why they didn't see that big airplane. Like, did something malfunction on the Black Hawk? Sorry, guys, getting there. Joe, you got it ready to go?
Well, I had it till you said you had it, and then
I do. I mean, I do have it. I just don't. I don't even know. Can we? Did we practice sharing your screen on here with us? I do have.
We have
one.
not.
Let me pull it
Okay,
back
I'll
up.
just pull
I'm
up.
just gonna
I'll
make
pull up my
sure that,
last search.
I mean, I have it.
Um,
I'm just trying to make sure that I can pull this screen. I don't know why screen share thing didn't work. I'm gonna try
No
it again.
survivors. CNN says no survivors 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I knew that they pulled at least 30 out this morning. Okay. Let me see if I can
I do have it back up. Do you want me to try and
see if you can see what happens. And let's test that feature. Okay, let's see. I think
Are we up?
I think we got it. Hold on. Let me click this. Look at there. Okay. See
That's
the arrow.
only 20
All right. The right there in the center of the screen where my mouth, can you guys see my hand? That's the airplane. The helicopter is going to come in from the left toward
from over here.
toward the plane, and you can see a little dot of light headed right toward the plane. Okay.
Right, and this 3 light thing here in the top right, that's just another plane that's taking off or something at this time.
Yeah.
Oh, great. We get an ad. Oh my gosh. You gotta be kidding me.
Damn it, man. This is not cool.
Skip ad. There we go. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Oh, okay. They're going to zoom in on it here. You see the little explosion right there.
Right. See the light coming toward the center plane?
Yeah, that helicopter does have a flashing light on it, a strobe light.
And there it goes. Isn't that horrible? I mean, we have a lot of the military around here and flight. You know, we had one time, not a Black Hawk, but a military plane crashed into a home in Pensacola. That was, God, in the late 80s, I think. It was
I remember
horrific.
that. I actually remember that.
Yeah, a little boy was killed in the home. Is horrible. But the way it just looked like that Black Hawk just flew right into the plane.
It does. Like it didn't deter. It didn't go any. Well, there was some dispatch audio I heard last night, and I couldn't understand it because they talk so fast. Like those air traffic controllers talk so fast. It's so hard to understand them. But there, at some point in time, somebody, and I don't know whether it was the helicopter pilot or the airplane pilot, said we need visual separation. So they know something bad is impending, and I think one of them is told to get to 8,000 feet. You can see right there, they're nowhere near 8,000 feet up in the air. So one of them is told to get to 8,000 feet and doesn't. So, but supposedly,
is that plane coming into land, though?
I believe so. Yes, I believe so.
Yeah,
I believe it's coming in.
It appeared to me. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and supposedly the Black Hawk helicopter was on a training maneuver of some kind. Why are you on a training maneuver near the airport in the middle of the night?
Yeah, Norma, because we have over in Alabama across the state line there where I used to live up at my brother's way up in the middle of nowhere. Large military base, helicopter training. They train usually in areas not like that. Do you know what I mean? Why were you around that airport like that? That's a good question. Because
usually you have to get clearance from the FAA. Even if you're the military, you need clearance for a flight plan, and you have to follow your flight plan. And the FAA is not going to say, oh yeah, okay, you can fly in here where airplanes are coming into land at a commercial airport in your military helicopter. There is some huge mistake that happened. Huge mistake.
You know there's going to be a huge investigation involved, so that's going to throw a whole other element, right, into this situation. Now, this piece was from, I think it was from last night or maybe from this morning.
Is a great tragedy that took place in the skies just outside of Washington, D.C. last night. A military helicopter colliding with an American Airlines jet near Reagan National Airport. This morning, the search and rescue operations continue in the icy Potomac River, where both aircrafts plunged after that crash. So far, no survivors have been located. At least 67 people on boards of both those aircrafts collectively. Some members of the U.S. figure skating team believed to be among the victims. and we are all praying for a miracle at this point. Eamon is at the scene on the Potomac River. Eamon, walk us through what happened and where things stand right now.
Andrew, the first emergency call was 8:48 p.m. last night. Investigators were on the scene, search and rescue on the scene 10 minutes after that. We're now getting daylight here just on the scene, getting our first live look in the daylight of the crash scene. And I can tell you that Park Police helicopters are now circling overhead. They seem to be orbiting that site on the far side of the Potomac River across from where we are standing in Alexandria, Virginia. That'll be the D.C. side of the river where search and rescue efforts are focused right now. Tragedy deepening this morning as our NBC affiliate here in Washington, D.C. is reporting multiple sources to them saying that officials have recovered more than 30 bodies from the site of the wreckage here. So the death toll here is tragic and expected to get worse as the hours continue, because we are now more than 9 hours after this incident and no reports of any survivors have come in so far. Andrew, I can tell you also that the conditions on this river, the river is deep today, it is flowing quickly today, and it is very cold. We know that this is the highest level the water has been at for days. The water is moving at its fastest rate since Tuesday last week. The water temperature just at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Very, very cold. This river was iced over in time.
You know, if that river, like Pokemon was saying, that water is so cold, but if that river's moving fast, it's probably carried people downstream. You know what I mean? It may take them a while to find everybody. Plus, there was an explosion.
Well, especially in the middle of the night, like it's almost impossible to see somebody in the water without a spotlight directly on them in the middle of the night.
Yeah, it's so sad, so tragic.
Entirely last week, to the point where you could almost walk across the Potomac River, something we rarely see here in Washington, D.C. So that gives you a sense of the conditions that crews have been working in throughout the night as they try to hope against hope in terms of finding somebody alive in that wreckage. I can also tell you, Andrew, there is sort of an eerie silence here in this area. We are just to the south of Ronald Reagan National Airport, which is just to my right, your left here. And typically this area, every couple of minutes, is awash in sound from aircraft landing, taking off at National Airport. It is very loud here normally. Today, all we hear are those helicopters circling the area looking for any survivors, any bodies. So this is a very difficult scene. They say they expect ultimately Reagan National Airport will be closed until 11 a.m. this morning. No flights in or out until that hour. And we are expecting at the bottom of this hour, 7:30 a.m. Eastern, we are expecting an additional briefing from officials on site to give us a sense of what else they know at this point. Andrew, back over to you.
To provide.
It's so tragic, you know, and yes.
So in freezing water, your muscles stop working after 10 minutes in freezing water. And we heard at the beginning of that other video that you played that it took 10 minutes for responders to get there from the first calls of the crash. So
yeah,
like they're already not able to swim to shore at that point. If they don't find something, to float on, it's going to be
as
rough.
large as that explosion looked. I just don't see anybody being alive when they hit that water. And if they were barely, you know, unfortunately.
Do you want to hear the radio traffic? I found the radio traffic from right before the crash.
It is a tragic loss, especially the young ones on board.
Yes, they were skaters. So that's another factor in our hypothermia too, is the amount of body fat.
Figure skaters or the ice skaters?
Either way, they don't have any body fat to insulate them from the cold water. Yeah.
That's very tragic to lose a lot of people, you know, and I'm terrified of flying, and this kind of stuff reiterates that for me. I know everybody's like, oh, you're just, you know, get over it, it's rare, and I know that, but I'm nearly 60. I'm not going to change my mind. If I can't drive to go see you, then I'm probably not going to come see you. So I'll take my chances in the car. I like to be in control, and if I can't fly the plane, I don't know, I'm just terrified. I used to have horrible dreams about plane crashes and things, and I can't. So I don't think there's enough Xanax in the world to get me on a plane.
Yeah, my dad feels the same way. He had a bad experience when he was in college. He was in the engineering program at Purdue, and they took a flight from Purdue up to Madison
Yeah.
to like collaborate on some type of an student engineering project. And they were just on a little tiny plane, and it got buffeted around, and they had turbulence, and they flew through a storm, and it scared the crap out of him. So he will not fly now. He will not.
Well, I don't blame Dad. That's one thing we have in common. So I get it. All right, let's pull up this next piece we're going to talk about before we get into our Idaho deep dive stuff. We're going to look at the latest in the Gilgo Beach case. He actually had to go to court yesterday. I'm just going to give you guys an update on what happened because, like I said, we're going to take our deep dive. Let me pull up me playlist for what we need. Okay, so are most of you, good morning, Mar, how are you? Welcome in, everybody who is just joining. Need some Z's. Did you get some Z's last night? I finally did. Okay, let me get this one. Okay, so those of you who are familiar with Rex Heuermann, he's the Long Island serial killer, or also known as the Gilgo Beach murderer, however way you want to look at him. We're going to look at, so he had a hearing yesterday. I'm going to read you an article first. We'll take a look at that, and then we'll look at a video piece. Let me get the screen up here. Did you see that? I don't know. We'll have to check into that and get us some updates on that for sure. And you know, there's flight recorders on both of those, right? There should have been a flight recorder on the military plane, as well as we know there should have been on the commercial airline. Okay, let's oh wait, I know what I did. Oh Jesus, sorry guys.
And now to a special report with Lester.
Let's start it over. All right, let me do this. Goes here, get away now. Okay, because we're not playing that video. Okay, suspected hey 12 gauge, are you in here with us this morning? Yeah. Special guest. You got a special guest coming on tonight, 12 gauge? You guys will drop his link in the Forrest, can you drop 12 gauge's link into the chat, please? Okay, suspected Gilgo Beach serial killer Rex Heuermann returned to court on Wednesday on Long Island. The 61-year-old is charged with murders of 7 women dating back to the 90s. A key point of contention in the case is new DNA evidence that prosecutors say links 6 of the 7 victims to Heuermann. We're going to be hearing so much about DNA in cases, right? We heard about it in the Delphi, the fiasco there with all the DNA. We got all this DNA evidence, or not all of this DNA. We got DNA in the Kohberger case and the IgG. We got DNA over here in the Heuermann case. So it's interesting. Go ahead.
Did you see my note in Discord? The Boulder Police Department told the Ramseys that they're not going to use IgG to test that unknown male DNA that they found in her panties.
Well, there's no sense in that because I saw that and I'm like we need to do a show on that and because there's been a bunch of updates on that case as well that I've been keeping an eye on. So we need to do a show about that and bring everybody up to speed on what's going on with her case.
So when you say there's no sense in that, you mean there's no sense in them not testing it, or there's no sense in them testing?
There's no sense in them not testing it. How many times are we going to hear about DNA found at crime scenes going untested. Well, this is 2025. Y'all keep screaming about your technology. We needed that DNA on that banner in Idaho 4 tested to give everybody peace of mind, you know? That's a whole, y'all want to get me on a DNA rant. Okay. A key point of contention in this case is new DNA evidence that prosecutors say links 6 of the 7 victims to Heuermann. The defense raised concerns about the California lab's testing methods, calling them unproven. Prosecutors, however, argue they are reliable and state of the art. This is next generation of the evolution of technology. It's exciting to be at the forefront of that, and we look forward to proving the scientific acceptance, Suffolk District Attorney Raymond Tierney said. A Fry hearing is really the admissibility of this new, what they call science, we call magic. Oh, Doug Carter vibes. Quite frankly, defense attorney Mike Brown said. So they're going to hold a Fry hearing in the case. Or that may have been what the hearing was yesterday. Heuermann's lawyers are also asking for 5 separate trials, giving the complexity of the case, separating the murder charges or trials. One would be for the first 3 victims found within a short time frame at Gilgo Beach. The second would be for Maureen Brainerd Barnes, whose remains were later discovered at Gilgo. And the third would be for 3 victims found elsewhere, which weren't far from the Gilgo area. We have 7 victims. They span in time over 20 years, defense attorney Danielle Koich said. The danger of having count after count, victim after victim in the same trial is where's there's smoke, there's fire mentality. They shouldn't be tried together, Brown said. Prosecutors are adamant all the charges be tied together.
So then it's kind of similar to the Lori Vallow Daybell thing, where they would have to waive the right to a speedy trial if they want them tried separately. And she never waived her right to a speedy trial, and she's got 2 separate charges. So we just saw the other day where she's filed for the second one, which hasn't been scheduled for trial yet, to be dismissed. So they would obviously have to waive that if that's what they want.
Hey, Jeff, welcome in. What did you have, scanner stuff going, Jeff? To hear that? I heard the air traffic controller tell the helicopter to come in around behind the plane coming in to land. Well, did he not see the big ass plane? I mean, good Lord. Time of Gilgo Beach murder investigations. The remains of 11 people have been discovered around Gilgo Beach, and investigators say Heuermann may be linked to other killings before trial date is set. That could be a year or more away. So far, Heuermann pled not guilty to murder charges in the deaths of 6 women between 1993 and 2011. Investigators have described a blueprint they say he used. Now, we're going to go over that blueprint and that deep dive we do in the members only. I have that. It's crazy. Blueprint, we've covered it a little bit in a past stream, but we'll deep dive it. They say he used to plan out his kills with excruciating detail. Heuermann was initially arrested on July 14, 2023 and charged with murders of Melissa Barthelemy and Megan Waterman and Amber Costello. New charges filed last January in the death of Brainerd Barnes, and he was indicted on additional charges last June in the 1993 killing of Sandra Costello and the 2003 killing of Jessica Taylor. The Gilgo Beach Task Force also released renderings last September of another possible victim, whose body was found between Waterman and Taylor along Ocean Parkway in 2011. Look, there's our coffee in the morning. Look at all that money surrounding it. Hey, that's a sign we're going to get some money, y'all. Last month, Heuermann was charged with the murder of Valerie Mack, who had been as Jane Doe. It took them a while to get Valerie ID'd. Number 6 for years. He spoke out in court for the first time saying, "I'm not guilty of any of these charges." Well, Rex Heuermann charged in Valerie Mack case. Mack, a 24-year-old from New Jersey, trial remains were partial. Why did I say pretrial? Guys, partial remains were discovered in Monroeville in 2000. Additional remains were found in Gilgo Beach more than 10 years later. According to court documents, hairs that were found near Mac's severed wrist been linked to Heuermann's estranged wife, Asa Ellerup, and their daughter. Neither have been accused of any wrongdoing in the case, and the daughter would have been a young child when Mac was killed. Court documents also said pornography images of sexual torture were discovered on Heuermann's electronic devices, showed similar bindings to rope ligatures found on Mac's remains. They also said a similar cutting instrument was used to dismember Mac and another alleged victim, Taylor, and the Mac tattoos were removed. He was known for doing that. He would remove their tattoos or attempt to remove them to help unidentify the remains, because they couldn't be identified easily. They also said a similar cutting instrument was to remove the tattoos. The documents also revealed Heuermann's alleged blueprint referenced in removing tattoos, as well as dump site at Mill Road, which is where one of Mac's remains were first discovered in Monroeville. That guy was crazy, y'all. He was if he's the guy, he's a sicko. You know it.
Well, and you're gonna do a deep dive, members only, into that blueprint. Didn't it evolve over time? Didn't he improve on the things that he did wrong?
Mm-hmm. And BTK had something very similar, and they have their kits. We'll call them that. They're murder kits. They talk about those. So he evolved with time, right? And then especially as DNA began to come out and IDing suspects through DNA, was throughout the years, wife and daughter's hairs are being transferred to victims because you got them in your vehicle and in your car. We're going to call that the transfer DNA. We're going to assume they weren't a part of anything that nefarious yet. But, is that the difference between transfer DNA and Idaho transfer DNA? But yes, his blueprint evolved over time. There was a big press conference held by an attorney who represents some of the families. One in particular, Shannon Gilbert's family, and him and Dr. Gary Ricardo did a press conference, and they came out and displayed a whole bunch of stuff about Rex Heuermann's daughter. We're going to deep dive into that stuff. There's a lot there. And there were some affidavits that were signed by a couple of women who been to the home and what they experienced and saw and reported. And they did these with the attorney representing the families. So we'll also deep dive all of that. There's some really, really good stuff in there. So I just wanted to, it was a suggestion in the members only when I asked them what they wanted to see for our first live, and somebody wanted to deep dive this case. I thought, you know what, they're right. It's a good one to deep dive. Let's do it. So that's what we're going to do. But I will play this piece from the court hearing, though, and then we'll move into our Kohberger stuff.
Yeah, look at Jeff's question real quick, though, before you pop into that.
You're good. Go ahead.
Jeff says, does Heuermann have a big following that believes he's innocent too, like Bryan Kohberger?
Not that I'm aware of, Jeff. It's a whole different situation. Kohberger is a cult figure, not a cult. What do you call that? Pop culture?
I don't know. He's young and he's
figure, in my opinion. I don't know why.
Yeah, Brian's young, and some females find him attractive, so they're going to be on his side just based on that. And Rex Heuermann is not. He's a quote unquote ogre, so. I mean, you're already going to have a divide there on people who are drawn to or not drawn to somebody like that. But the evidence is not the same.
No, there's so much overwhelming evidence against Heuermann compared to, say, Kohberger. And let's be honest, when Steve Gonsalves, no shade on you, Steve, if you're watching, because I know that you might be, he did come out and question law enforcement early on, rightfully so. I question. We all have questions. I would be questioning. But he spoke out publicly about those questions. There's your starter of the stuff. Then you have people who just honed in on Kohberger. Now let's figure out who did it, because he didn't do it. He's good looking. He can never hurt you. He's smart. Look at the guy next door. It's just so much that went in. It just fed itself over time. So he became, like, to my opinion, this pop culture thing that everybody became fixated on. And that's why I'm basing everything I see out of documents, because we all went down them damn rabbit holes. But yeah, I don't see a following like that yet. But you know what? There's going to be those women, like Joe said, who will reach out and start writing letters to the weirdo. They did it with the Night Stalker. That dude wasn't no good looking, let me date you guy. That was a serial killer, and they did it to Bundy. So there's women who are writing to Kohberger. There's one on YouTube who talks about how she writes to Kohberger. I was like, what? Ooh, maybe I should. For some comments.
Hey, if it'll get you an interview.
I'm saying maybe he'll write back. You never know. There's a gag order. He don't got to tell me anything specific about the case, but let me know a little bit about you. What do you want people to know about you, right? Damn, that just got me an idea. What Jeff's saying. Some people are just into that creepy, non-blinking stare and bushy eyebrows. Jeff, you're going to get us some trolls in here in a minute and going to start hating on all of us. Y'all be nice to them when they come in. They can't help it. They'll give us a view.
Oh, yeah, Luigi Pokemon. Oh, my gosh. He's like, there are women fawning all over Luigi. It's disgusting.
Isn't that weird? I'm glad that story kind of died down on Twitter and everywhere, because I was like, what is going on? And why is everybody like, I didn't like deep dive and super follow that, but I saw the videos on the Twitter. I see what happened. I don't know what happened. And I saw what happened, but I don't know who did it. Court will tell me eventually. But what started happening with that case immediately, I was like, holy cow. Holy cow, right? Okay.
It's okay to recognize if a suspect is attractive or not. I got no problem with that. There are plenty of female suspects out there that I think are attractive. I think Karen Reed is fairly attractive, but that doesn't sway my position on whether I think they're innocent or guilty. I want to see the evidence, and want to see the evidence play out in court.
Yeah. Joe thinks that Lori Vallow's cute too.
I'm just saying.
But she's not ugly. She is.
Yeah, I'm just saying. If I didn't know her history, if I didn't know who she was, and I just like met her randomly at like a street fair or something,
right?
We might go out for drinks together, maybe.
Joe would be like, hey, girl, hey, hey, girl, hey. Okay. No. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. My gummy.
How do we get sidetracked like this?
Well, my gummy may or may not have kicked in. So. Welcome in, True Wrecking Crime. Welcome in. That's a new one. Okay. Let me see if this is the one I wanted to play you guys, because it's up the Newsday one. Let me see. Okay, here we go. This will give us a good gist of what went down, and then we'll move into our Kohberger stuff. Dolphin, are you still cleaning? There's always an open invitation to you. If you want to come up during the Kohberger stuff, let me know. Let me get my screen up. Okay, so here we go. This is an update on the Gilgo stuff that went down yesterday. If I didn't mess up and give y'all the wrong clip.
Watching Newsday TV, I'm Ken Bufa. The district attorney's office says certain DNA evidence in Rex Heuermann's case should be allowed at trial. Now, this comes after the defense was looking to exclude this nuclear DNA, claiming it's never been used in a New York court. We'll hear more from Sherry Einhorn about this in a few moments.
Can you guys hear that okay? It's kind of low.
It is kind of low, but I can hear it.
Kevin McDonald is the eighth person to have been charged. Now,
okay, he's going to move into some other topics before he gets to, let me get to where they're doing Gilgo. because this is like their morning news shit, I guess. But they have a pretty decent update here. All right, guys, I got everything turned up as loud as I can get it, so just adjust all your volume can. Oh, come on. It's going to make me stop sharing my screen just to pull it back up. Okay, here we go. There we go.
Let's take a deeper dive into the Huberman case. Sherry Einhorn was in court today.
Massapequa Park architect Rex Heuermann is charged with killing 7 women between 1993 and 2010. He's pleaded not guilty in the deaths of Jessica Taylor, Sandra Castilla, Maureen Brainerd Barnes, Amberlynn Costello, Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Valerie Mack. His attorneys filed a motion to separate those cases into 5 separate trials based on several arguments, including the timing of their deaths, varying locations where their bodies were found, and different killing methods.
There's this old adage that says when there's smoke, there's fire. So when you have count after count, charge after charge, it leads a jury, despite a judge's instruction, it leads a jury to say, you know what, there's so much there. He may not be guilty of this, but maybe he's guilty of that.
Prosecutors have until the next court date, about 2.5. At that time, the judge has said he will set a hearing date for both sides to argue the admissibility of DNA technology that is being used for the first time in a criminal case here in New York. Defense attorneys claim the technology being used by the California lab working with the Suffolk District Attorney's Office isn't widely accepted. DA Tierney argues the technology is tried and true.
We look forward to proving the scientific acceptance and the effectiveness of this technology. And again, we say new technology. It's not new technology. It's used in all of our everyday lives. It's used in medical, forensic, paleontology, identifying war dead, identifying 9/11 remains.
Heuermann has been in custody at the Suffolk County Jail in Riverhead since his arrest in July 2023. In Riverhead, I'm Sherry Einhorn, Newsday TV.
So they're going to be, a lot going on in there back and forth, I guess, over some DNA. And like that nuclear DNA hasn't been brought into court in New York yet. So I think we'll deep dive some nuclear DNA in our show as well and see what happens with that stuff. See what that actually is, because there's always this new stuff coming down. So I'm always loving to look at the new stuff in the forensics game. It's like my jam.
That's about all I remember from chemistry classes: nucleus, protons, and electrons. That's about it. That's about all that stuff with me.
I'm always fascinated with that's why I was obsessed with forensic files, because just evidence, you know what I mean? If I had to do it all over again, I'd probably be a crime scene investigator, because I just dig the crap out of that stuff. And like I will watch videos on tire mark impressions, and things of that nature, bullet testings and all these different things. And I just love it. And there's so much new stuff coming into play these days with phone data, so I'm loving to be able to hear from different experts that are going to be coming up in these different trials. So I'm going to drop a link. Dolphin, can you come up? Are you ready now? You got the puppy all situated? How is Pipsqueak? I'll have to ask you, but I'm going to drop a link in chat, guys, and it's for Dolphin. If I can do this right, let's see if it lets me. I haven't done it here yet. There we go. Let me pull up my other screen so I get the Koberger hearing stuff set up and ready. And we might be here for a little while, guys, and that's okay. It's still early, and when we do stop, we'll pick it back up. Joe, are you going to try to do a live stream in the morning for your morning show?
I think I could. I've got a couple of different true crime things that I'm looking at that are outside of the usual big stories. That's kind of the angle I'm going with now on my morning show, and the big ones we can
Right.
do at night. But we can also hit some of the bigger topics. Like I've got a Ron Logan set of I think 6 interviews with Ron Logan that he did like right after the girls were found, and it's interesting when you view those interviews from the light of I think he did it. You see one thing. And when you view those interviews from the light of, I don't think he did it, you see something completely different. It's like a Rorschach test. His interviews are like a total Rorschach test.
Yeah.
Like I see what I think, I see what I already believe. So cognitive dissonance plays a part in viewing those.
Well, and there's been a lot of there is new stuff that has come down in the Ron Logan aspect, right?
Yes,
And
the latest defense filing included some stuff about Ron Logan. Yes.
Yeah, so
his admission to a cellmate.
Yeah, we haven't took a deep dive into that yet. Well, so we'll have to get that going as well. Or you can,
I guess maybe we'll do that tomorrow morning.
Yeah. We can't see you, Dolphin. Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
Oh, good morning. How are you guys?
I'm good.
Good morning, Dolphin.
Yeah, Dolphin, this is Joe. Joe, this is Dolphin, my friend that I talked about sometimes how we would always deep dive stuff. This is her.
Hey,
Very nice
Joe.
to meet you. Very
Nice to
nice
meet you too.
Well, we go back a long way. She's pretty well schooled in the Idaho 4 case as well. She knows a lot of stuff. Like I said, we've done a lot of deep dives on different aspects of this case. So, but it's been a minute since I've been able to talk to you, Dolphin, or even have you on panel. I've been wanting to get you up, so welcome up. Thanks for coming.
Hey, thanks for having me. This is the first time I've been in this Restream or whatever, so I don't have an image, and I'm on my PC, so I don't have a camera hooked up to this. I have one on my laptop, but
yeah, you're
put
good.
an image in here somewhere.
Yeah, this is I began to try this platform. I still have my StreamYard, but it's being a cheapo and not wanting to pay extra to believe it's unlimited streaming, but it's got a lot of the same features as StreamYard. I actually do like it. So this is new. This is our second time streaming from here, I believe. So I'm still getting used to the layout and what to click. So if I mess up, everybody just forgive me.
That's okay. You guys can hear me okay?
We can hear you good.
Okay, perfect.
Hear you really good. Yeah, so did you get to review any of the Kohberger hearing? Did you watch I'm sure you did.
I did, but I didn't get through all of the second day. I watched the first one like a few times. Day one, a few times. Yeah.
Sinead, that would have been fine. Well, we got to get you up one day anyway, because you are our OG. We're going to have a conversation with you. She's like, I almost joined the show. That would have been fine, girl. Okay. So yeah, we did cover them here. And that first day, it like took forever because of the closed hearing stuff. And thankfully we will be getting the transcripts for that. You know that, right? You've heard that part.
I have. Yeah, the hearing that happened, or the portion that happened before on the first day. Yeah, on Thursday. Yeah, I can't wait for that.
Well, and so with that said, they had 2 weeks. Each side had 2 weeks to get their redactions done. So as soon as that stuff gets done, they're gonna, get it together and they're gonna release that transcript. So I have an idea to, instead of just coming on here and me reading it, I feel like maybe we should do a read of it. Like maybe get a couple of us together and we do different parts. Like, Joe could be the judge, one of us could be attorneys, you know what I mean? I think we can go read it because I think it'll come out better. I don't know, translate better. Is that the right word? So we'll see how we're going to do that. But yeah, I'm excited to get those. Surprised we're getting them, but glad at the same time.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay, so this piece here, I think I had the timestamp ready, but let me double check before I bring it up. Got wrote down here so I can know what I'm doing. Yeah. Okay, this was day 1, and this was after the closed portion of their hearing that morning on the first day. And if I have to speed it up to 1 point, it's too fast. I can't, my brain can't compute, but I will do it. Let's go up to that at least. And then if it's too much, guys, we'll take it back down. Okay.
Oh, here's my image.
Oh. Did you get an image?
I'm looking for my little cat profile.
I know, I love the cat. So wait. How's the puppy? How's Pipsqueak before? I'm sorry, guys. I haven't talked to her in a minute. Her little dog. I got to get caught up on the puppy.
Oh, she's fine. I think she's laying in her dog bed right behind me.
Okay, good. Okay, she's always nearby. She our true mascot. Okay, guys. So like I said, this was the these are the motion hearings, and this was the one that was held January 23rd. So we'll start with that. And if you guys want to stop, during the testimony and commentate, let me know, because I'll be doing the same thing. Just interrupt me. We'll stop it and have a conversation.
Okay.
Are we ready to go live? All right, go ahead. Let me know when we're ready, Sandra. All right. State v. Koberger, CR 0124-316665. We are now, I believe, streaming. For the record, the defendant is present together with counsel, Ms. Taylor and Ms. Massoff. The state is present and represented by Mr. Thompson, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Jennings. We are now going to hear argument from the parties on the Franks motions filed by the defense that will include the Franks hearing that was held on the IGG issue, as well as the defense's proffer as to the rest of the Franks issues as to why the court should hold a hearing on those matters. We'll hold an evidentiary hearing on those matters. Am I missing something we talked about?
Your Honor, I may have missed it, but I thought we were offering argument on suppression IGG.
We can also argue that. I think it's wrapped up in the same issue. I thought we were going to Franks next.
I did not. I apologize. Yeah.
No preference over here, Your Honor.
Well, do you want to argue suppression on IGG and then we can do the Franks? That's fine.
I would need 5 minutes to get my Franks items ready.
Let's do argument on the suppression of the IGG related matters, and then.
Hey, Kay, the judge hasn't ruled yet, so we have no clue yet.
We can then hear the Frank stuff. That's fine. If that's what you're prepared to argue.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, our position is that the court should suppress the IGG identification and everything that flows from that. This is supported by Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution, due process, Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution. Your Honor, there was no warrant for several phases of the search that led to the IGG work, investigative genetic genealogy. And we think every single one of those stages, a warrant was required, none was given, and so this must be suppressed. Your Honor, I'd like to identify the 3 stages, and they are when Idaho State Police Forensics Lab, through Moscow Police Department, moved a DNA sample to Othram Laboratories to develop a profile to run through genetic genealogy investigations. There was no warrant for that search for a SNP profile that could be used to attempt to identify somebody. The next stage would be when that was transferred to the FBI for their forensic investigative genetic genealogy work to try to identify somebody. No warrant was in place for that work either. Finally, there was a trash pull in Pennsylvania, and there was no warrant for that trash pull either. All 3 of those stages of this case, there should have been a warrant, and there wasn't, and this must be suppressed. Your Honor.
Is that speed okay? Are you guys good with that?
Yeah, it
Somebody let
works.
me-
Yeah, it works.
Okay. So what do you think about what she just said? Wanting to, that they needed a warrant to take the DNA found at a crime scene over to Othram. And then she mentioned it going to the FBI without a warrant. Then later in the hearing, she's going to mention that it went to a middle place in between the two, but she didn't mention anything about that warrant, about them just now. I just noticed that. So I have to pay attention to what Anne says, because sometimes she'll be contradictory, and I want to see if I see that, just like I will with the state as well. You know what I mean? They cut themselves. I'm listening. So if y'all hear something that's contradictory, let me know.
For the purposes of the Fourth Amendment protections and Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution, we are looking to see if somebody has a privacy interest that society is ready to support. In this case, if society is not ready to support suppression of every bit of our DNA when the government does not have a warrant and searches it, there is no privacy right left.
Do you have any cases that hold that?
I do not have any cases that hold that, nor do I have any to the contrary that say that's not the case.
Is society ready?
Oh, that's a good question.
I know, right? When she said that, I was like, Anne. What she's gonna do though is bring out to the forefront what's really happening behind the scenes when they're doing all this IgG DNA work. And the validity of it, is it legal? All those things that Supreme Court issues, honey.
Your Honor, this is a situation where this identification was done in complete secret behind closed doors, and it's been continued to be a secret. And that should raise red flags for Your Honor about privacy interests that are at stake. That there's a lot of things done that don't say how Mr. Kohberger was identified. And the reason for that is because nobody wanted to talk about what happened here with the genetic genealogy. That search was done by making a profile in Othram Lab. That search did not lead anywhere. The FBI took over the search, and from there they did things that we have no idea what it is. That entire segment of this case is secret. We have been through several motions to compel to try to get information, and we've gotten very, very little information. The court should know that we learned today about policies and procedures of Othram that we have not been able to take a look at. Those have not been produced. In fact, we've been told they don't exist. We learned about investigative work that was done after Othram had done the work that they could do and before the FBI took over, that we learned about for the first time this week.
That right there is interesting to me. What happened in between the two labs? We know it wasn't the Idaho State Lab because they are the ones that couldn't do anything and sent it off to Othram, right?
So I remember
I have
something.
no idea.
I remember something about it from the very, very beginning, that's what they were challenging. So when is this hearing date that we're looking at right now?
This is last
23rd.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay.
23rd.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure she brought something up about this like in the very beginning.
She did. She threw shade at she did. Okay. So she did bring up a lot of stuff about Othram in the beginning, but in the middle thing, but everybody was like, why did it go to Othram? And then people began to learn what it was and what they did. Right. So I don't know how much work they got through. What we had heard was that it was given to Othram, and then at some point they were told to stop their work and give it to the FBI. I don't know if that's how that happened. I don't know if they got to a certain point where like, hey, this is as far as we can go, and then it went to the FBI. I don't know. But this middle person thing she's talking about, I don't understand. Look at back at some of the warrants and see if we can come up with something.
I missed
the
that
motion
part
compel
because I was
process.
typing
This was a
something.
giant.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I missed that part because I was typing something. What middle part are you talking about?
Well, she said that it went from Othram It went. They let me see.
It went
Ooh,
from
let's
ISP. They identified it as male,
right.
and it wasn't in CODIS. And then it went to Othram.
And then she said they just that before it went to the FBI, it went from Othram to somewhere else, then to the FBI.
Oh no, I didn't know about another lab or another.
Let's back her up for a minute.
It's interesting.
Okay.
Yeah. What? Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Let me just get it back up to where she's talking about that, though, so we don't have
Full warrant and searches it, there is no privacy right left.
Do you have any cases that hold that?
I do not have any cases that hold that, nor do I have any to the contrary that say that's not the case. Your Honor, this is a situation where this identification was done in complete secret behind closed doors, and it's been continued to be a secret. And that should raise red flags for Your Honor about privacy interests that are at stake. The court can see from the various affidavits in this case that there's a lot of things done that don't say how Mr. Kohberger was identified. And the reason for that is because nobody wanted to talk about what happened here with the genetic genealogy. That search was done by making a profile in Othram Lab. That search did not lead anywhere. The FBI took over the search, and from there they did things that we have no idea what it is. That entire segment of this case is secret. We have been through several motions to compel to try to get information, and we've gotten very, very little information. The court should know that we learned today about policies and procedures of Othram that we have not been able to take a look at. Those have not been produced. In fact, we've been told they don't exist. We learned about investigative work that was done after Othram had done the work that they could do and before the FBI took over, that we learned about for the first time this week.
Oh.
Now, what does that sound like to you? Does that sound like it went somewhere else?
Somebody else took a stab at it, is what it sounds like, before the FBI got it.
Right. Who? CC Moore? I mean, who? With that Ray, what's his name? Holes. Was it another agency? I don't know. I don't recall seeing anything in the warrants. You know, this Coeur d'Alene, police lab and things like that. But it wouldn't. It wouldn't have went there?
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So very interesting comment.
Not the motion to compel process. This was a giant secret. When we get to the FBI, we don't know who did the work. You heard that any of that information is redacted. We don't know who did the work. It's a giant secret. We know that by the time the FBI gets involved, the profile, the text file, that's a snip to use to try to identify somebody is more than twice as big when it gets to the FBI from Othram. We don't know how. We don't have any note. It's not reliable.
You're not asserting that Mr. Kohberger's DNA sample was uploaded into any of those databases, that his was, like, for example, his own DNA was one that was matched from the crime scene.
Oh, I loved it
Not
when he
asking
asked that
whether the
question.
I know. And she's not even getting the question. She's like, can't even answer it. Like,
Oh, she
answer
got the question.
Mhm. She got it. But it's like, don't play dumb, and you ain't them. You answer the question. I was sitting there going, answer it, but no.
Mm-mm.
So he did not upload his DNA. It's my take on this. What do
So,
you think?
well, what's with the former neighbor at the apartment? Remember this guy that
Right?
was interviewed and
Yep.
said that they were having a conversation, and he said that Brian said that he wanted to do something like that because he was interested in his ancestry or
Mhm.
whatever. Remember?
I remember. And didn't I even actually say it was 1, 2, 3 and me or something? I thought he named the
Like
specific
23andMe or
23
whatever.
and me. What did I call it wrong? Yeah.
123andMe. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, whatever it's called. I think he even specifically named it, but of course, you and I both know he could never confirm that anywhere. But I wonder if they did have that conversation, but he just hadn't done it, but his sister had.
Mm-hmm.
Forensic frenzy, I know she has a theory that, and
One of
I
his sisters.
believe
Mm-hmm.
landed on the sister. So, yeah, I wonder if he was thinking about it, but also knowing stuff he knows, he's like, maybe I shouldn't put my DNA in there.
You know what? The thing about the sister, like it being one of his sisters, though, if it had been, then it wouldn't have taken long, to figure out who it was. You know what I mean? Because they have such a high percentage of shared DNA.
Yes.
It's not like it's some, random cousin, second, third cousin, twice removed or whatever. It's a lot higher percentage.
Exactly.
So it would be obvious if it comes out as, 50% between, what they had in the IgG profile to what was on the sheath. It's like, oh, they're siblings.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's how they built. When we watch CC Moore talk about it and how they do it, it's exactly how it is. They can tell, even they knew the DNA from the trash was the father, they know the siblings as well. Yeah, Nina, we know they got to view all of it. And Judge held his little, thing and went through all the IgG stuff and all of that. I know, but she's gonna, do what she can here.
Crime scene DNA was uploaded, but whether he had, as a, for example, customer of one of these companies, uploaded his DNA.
Well, Your Honor, I don't have the JED.com file. I don't have.
You're not asserting that fact, correct?
Your Honor, I'm not sure what the court is asking me.
Well, it goes to whether or not your client has standing to complain about the searches of the databases, because as the state has posited, that wasn't his DNA that was searched. At best, it was his ancestors.
Well, Your Honor, I am not sure why we're here if the state hasn't alleged that Bryan Kohberger's DNA was on the knife sheath.
No, I'm not talking about the knife sheath DNA. I'm talking about what they tried to match it to.
Your Honor, I would answer it this way. The way that those databases work is looking for shared DNA. Right. Those databases don't turn out a name and say this is
your suspect. I have a privacy interest against any of my relatives that might want to upload their DNA to one of those systems. I should be able to stop them from doing that because I share some DNA with them.
That is certainly not what I'm saying. What I am saying, Your Honor, is...
So the privacy concern's not for Kohberger, it's for the other.
Yeah, I love when he makes her stutter, though, because he asks very relevant questions, and occasionally...
She's a very different attorney in front of this judge than she was in front of Judge.
Thank you. Yes, very well said. Yes.
She was so confident over there, and Judge's almost flirty with each other, kind of. But I've always, now thinking back on it, I always thought, well, this judge is thinking, he's like, the law. But sometimes I was wondering, was he thinking, my God, I do this, But this judge she was very different. On a Twitter tweet came out from a defense. Anne is about to go to trial on another DP case. Anne's got her hands full. She's also got Skylar Mead over there. She was tired during this hearing. She was this, she was that. She's not going to be as engaged in the Kohberger case in the next few weeks as she needs to be because of this other case. Well, that's not our fault. It's not the judge's fault. Don't come in tired. You coming in stumbling because he's got questions, right? Good ones.
Well, it's your ethical responsibility as an attorney not to take on too much work to adequately represent your clients. 2 death penalty cases at the same time is insane.
The problem is she's public defender, and Ann Taylor is in that region the only DP attorney. Jay Logston is her, second chair there, and he is as well. He now runs the county office. She's at the state level now, but that is why. And they're having really big issues in Idaho right now with even maintaining and retaining attorneys for public defender.
Well, that would be my very first appeal. If I'm Kohberger and I get convicted and sentenced to whatever, my very first appeal is ineffective counsel because she's overloaded.
Well, we'll see how that plays out, but that it is a very I've been following news pieces about it, and it is a thing right now in Idaho, and she is the only qualified DP attorney in that entire region right now.
Well, maybe people in Idaho should stop killing each other.
Well, right? Stop all these high profile cases, man. She's lucky she didn't get the Vallow stuff.
If somebody takes your DNA and uploads it, I think you have a privacy interest in your own DNA.
But not necessarily in, let's say my DNA is taken lawfully. What privacy interest do I have in the search of the DNA of others?
That's a loaded question.
Why is it a loaded question? Isn't it a factual question?
Well, it is, Judge, but you're assuming that the DNA was taken lawfully in our position.
I agree. That part is an assumption. In my hypothetical, I said my DNA that's taken lawfully. Why would I have standing to object to the search of other people's DNA simply because I might share some genetic information with them because they are distantly related to me?
Well, Your Honor, our position is that this work was not done lawfully, that it was unlawful, that there needed to be a warrant, that this was done outside of a warrant. And I'm not asserting on behalf of anybody else in this, any relative, anybody who might have been named or not named. This is about an identification process. It needed to be a lawful process. It wasn't a lawful process. It was in violation of Mr. Koberger's rights. I don't know how he cannot.
How was it in violation of his rights?
Excuse me?
How was it in violation of his rights?
Well, Your Honor, he's been in custody for 2 years.
You're saying that, I understand your position, which frankly is not well supported in the law, that if hypothetically here, he went to this crime scene, committed these murders, and left DNA on a piece of evidence, that he now has the ability to object to that evidence being searched for identification purposes. There's no case that suggests that concludes that. And it seems to me to be an extreme position to take in light of the case law, and I'm trying to understand how you get there.
Well, I think Your Honor is asking me about things that I anticipated the state would argue, their abandonment theory, and I would remind the court that the Ross case said that abandonment is a knowing intentional leaving of something, for one thing. For the other thing, I think that the court is asking me to take a position where it feels like burden shifting to me.
No, I'm trying to understand the legal argument and how this is different from, example, from latent fingerprints.
Well, Your Honor, I think that things like latent fingerprints and like CODIS, there's statutes about CODIS in Idaho, about what's allowed in CODIS. This is a different search. This isn't an STR search. That's what happens in CODIS. This is a different search.
So I'm going now to, the constitutionality of using the DNA that was allegedly on the knife sheath. And because I understand your argument is twofold. One, your client complains that a search was done of databases of other people to determine whether or not any of them might be related to the person who left the DNA on the knife sheath. Law enforcement searching the DNA by testing it and getting a profile from the knife sheath without a warrant. My question goes to that latter point, understanding the basis for that, because I can't find any case law that would support that idea, that somehow a warrant would be needed for DNA left at a crime scene.
Well, I think in our briefing, Your Honor, that we cited the court to some cases.
I think one concurring opinion in a case that held otherwise.
Your Honor, I was going to talk to the court about third-party data, and I was going to talk to the court about the Davis case that talked about something that the police lawfully had and a subsequent test, the Skinner case, when there's something that's lawfully held, but there's a subsequent test. So those are the things that I want to talk about.
Okay.
Our first point is it was an illegal search, and this is if
the search,
the court's
which search?
Assumption.
Which search? It was illegal.
Well, first the snip at Othram, then the snip at the FBI, and then the trash pool.
So you're talking about the DNA testing of the material left allegedly on the knife sheath.
I'm talking about the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab taking a piece of evidence given to them by Moscow Police Department, collected at the scene, developing a STR profile, uploading it into CODIS, and I think that's the King case that says that's fine. I know Idaho has statutes on CODIS, uploading it there and producing nothing. There are no results there. I'm talking about the next set of moves that are super secret that have.
Yes, sir.
She just said they gave they gave the DNA to the Idaho State Police and there was no hit on CODIS.
Right.
At the beginning.
Okay. Okay. I missed that. I missed that when we watched this before.
Oh, yeah. I had an example though for
I got
this.
it.
What she's,
Do you mean that? Are you the thing you put in the back chat for me? Are you talking about that?
Oh, no, no.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm
You
glad
go
you
right
found that.
ahead
No,
and talk.
her argument about him having standing, and a right to this, and they violated his privacy. I was looking at this and I was like, this would be what she's saying is the same as like in this courtroom. Say when they leave, somebody leaves their purse in this courtroom, right? And a bailiff goes over, opens the purse to, grab the wallet and see who it belongs to or whatever. Basically what Ann Taylor is saying is you didn't have a right to open this woman's purse to see who it belonged to or whatever. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's an asinine argument. And she's talking about abandonment and whatnot, intentional leaving of an item or whatever. It's like, this is at a crime scene. You don't need to get a warrant, to like investigate evidence at a crime scene.
Right. Okay. So what she just said that got my attention was Moscow Police Department gave the DNA sample to Idaho State Police, who didn't hit a match. Well, that's because his DNA wasn't in CODIS.
CODIS. Right.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
So it's not as significant as I thought it was when I first heard it.
No.
No. So when they discovered the sheet, it went to the Idaho State Police first. And it goes from there to they no match in CODIS, and it goes to Othram. Right. From there, somewhere else we just found out, and then on to the FBI. If what she just said's true, but we were always under the assumption ISP, Othram, and then FBI.
But you know what though? Here's the thing. So I thought before, when I didn't know about, there was somebody after, like between Othram and the FBI, I thought, okay, Othram didn't find anything in the databases that they had access to. But then the FBI is like, here, give it to us because we'll, continue to look at it, i.e., we'll go into whatever we want to go into to, to investigate it, right? So Othram, they didn't get any kind of a hit, but then they brought somebody else in, like in between. Or did Othram get a hit, but it was so, like, I don't know, far removed from him that then maybe they tried to like bring somebody in, like a CeCe Moore, type person, whatever, before. Like, who did they want to see it before it went to the FBI?
Right. That's a very good point.
Because that doesn't mean that Othram, like, to me, that doesn't sound like Othram didn't find anything. It's like, well, what, it's like you brought somebody else in, kind of like them, to look at it.
Right. That was my take on it. That was my take as well. And we'll see how that plays out as the judge starts making his decisions on all these matters at hand. I don't think she's going to like he says, coming up, isn't the DNA on the knife sheath evidence all day long and twice on Sunday, and that's and if you want a warrant to search the DNA on that sheath, who are you going to serve that warrant on?
Well, she's trying to say, she tried to switch it up then, because then she tried to say, oh, well, no, they needed to have warrants for the in-between pieces, like I guess a warrant to go to Othram and a warrant for like the next step or whatever. That's what she's trying to say, is kind of like, okay, well, if that's not going to work, what
but I don't think that's how it works, in general, that's they don't have to have that. We need to send it to different labs because shit gets sent to labs all over the country. I don't think there's necessarily a warrant that goes out each time. Okay.
Then when there's a portion of the DNA taken and it's searched by Othram.
I'm going to take a bathroom break real quick, guys, while this is playing. I'll be right back.
To create a SNP. And then when that doesn't produce anything, the FBI says, okay, here we go. Let's search the SNP ourselves. That's what I'm talking about. Those are the problems. As far as asserting family
specific DNA tests of the sample that goes from legitimate to illegitimate?
Yes, Your Honor, I think the Davis case is on point. If the court's theory that this is a lawful piece of evidence taken from the crime scene, the sheath.
Not my theory. I'm just trying to understand your position in light of the case law and in light of the state's arguments. I'm trying to find where the gristle is in this.
I'm adopting the court's hypothesis for this purpose, that the knife sheath was taken. I'm adopting it only for that purpose, and I'm relying on the Davis case that says subsequent searches need a warrant.
And remind me, Davis was the cell phone?
No, Davis was not the cell phone. Davis was blood, a sample with blood. The cell phone case is
Give me the
Carpenter.
cite to that.
I'm sorry?
Can you give me the cite to the Davis case?
I can. Give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds and glass.
She is just very unorganized.
And I apologize because my memory tends to be fact-based and not name-based, and so that's my liability.
Well, it's going to take me just a second. I apologize. I apologize. I wrote the name down, but not the site in my notes, but I know it's cited in our briefing.
I'm back, guys, so if you want to stop, let me know.
Double a page. It is 690 F 3rd 226.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, and so those are the 3 areas that we believe that there should have been a search warrant and there wasn't. There is an expectation of privacy in one's DNA that society is willing to recognize. And I think I talked to the court a little bit about that, and to the point where we were talking, and this goes to recognizing an expectation of privacy when there's all of this secrecy surrounding it. We had gotten to the FBI where the SNP profile was twice as big as that from Othram, and then the
It wouldn't let me. Sorry. So Libertarian said the question is, can Ellie troll entire databases of DNA on a fishing expedition as a workaround for having to get a warrant for the suspect's DNA? Once they build that tree back, and then that's only a tool. If they can get any evidence, and I don't know if they just had the DNA on the sheath and the car and the phone for their DNA, and we know Kohberger was swabbed, and that DNA swab matched the sheath.
FBI went into databases that violate the Department of Justice interim policy. You heard a lot about that Department of Justice interim policy, and that policy it's on page 6 of that particular exhibit that the court has. It says that they're not to go into databases that aren't allowed, and they did that. The court has that in another exhibit.
How's that a constitutional violation?
Your Honor, it goes to privacy.
Don't suppress for contractual violations or even statutory violations.
I'm not suggesting that we do that. I'm suggesting that that's information that's pertinent to this court in making a very important decision as to whether somebody's Fourth Amendment rights were violated, as well as Article 1, Section 17 of the Idaho Constitution. The purpose of offering that information is because there's a policy, so there's a recognized expectation of privacy in what's contained in a SNP at all. There has to be a warrant to search these types of things, and there wasn't. There would be no need to have any policy if nobody cared about this. The court heard about the different IgG databases that changed their rules in terms of use after a different case used IgG to solve it, because people don't expect to have their DNA searched.
That was the point of my question about whether or not Mr. Kohberger's DNA was in any of those databases. In other words, did he submit his DNA and said, I don't want law enforcement to look at it?
Your Honor, I don't think that that's the way the question should be looked at. I think the question should be looked at in the way that we always look at warrantless searches.
It's got to be a standing.
Why won't she just answer the question about him uploading his DNA into a database somewhere? How come she digs around it each time?
Because maybe he actually did.
Maybe he did, and maybe that IgG tree landed directly on your guy, not a sister.
Yeah, I had wondered that a long time ago, and that they actually illegally accessed a database that he knew that they weren't
Mhm.
supposed to be in, and that's why he was so confident in,
Yes,
looking forward
girl.
to being exonerated.
And he opted out, probably did all the things,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
Lord Koberger, look at this.
But the
Okay.
fact that she's not answering it just bothers me because if
Bothering
he's
me too.
exactly, if he's truly not in, the databases, if he truly hasn't done any kind of, ancestral DNA testing of his own, like, then the quick answer is no, he's not in there. But she's like, "Oh, I don't understand what you're asking."
Exactly.
He used plain English. So, yeah.
Very much so. He's layman terms. She
Mhm.
still didn't get it.
Yeah, exactly like Jeff said. Her
Your Honor,
dance
we're,
reveals
we're
his talent.
here because the state has alleged that a single piece of evidence ties Mr. Koberger to this case. They've alleged that there's a knife sheath that has DNA that they allege matches Brian Koberger. He's now been incarcerated for 2 years facing capital murder. I'm not sure, unless we're shifting the burden to me, what else I can say.
Well, you have a burden of showing that the items ought to be suppressed.
This is a warrantless search. There's no justification for this search.
Right. Assuming a warrant is required for this type of inquiry.
Well, Your Honor, we think it is. And we think it is based on case law, third-party doctrine case law, that's Carpenter. Thinking about cell phones, that's the Riley case. If you have a cell phone that gets taken at an arrest out of a car, a subsequent warrant to search the cell phone is required. So we think a warrant was required for these subsequent searches. And there was no warrant in this case. There's an expectation of privacy.
I struggle with, I struggle to be frank, and where you're going to have to try to convince me left at a crime scene that there's any expectation of privacy by someone who leaves DNA at a crime scene, that DNA can't be, as you say, searched without a warrant to establish identity.
Well, Your Honor, I don't think any of us can go out of our houses without leaving DNA all over the place.
And not go to a crime scene.
The question of how something gets somewhere, that's the subject of the trial. I think the Carpenter case is really instructive for the court here, and that case was about, third party with cell towers. And there was a concurring opinion in that case. I think that's instructive. We leave DNA everywhere. If you carry a cell phone and it uses the towers, there can be a trail of where you went.
Everywhere?
I'm sorry?
Don't we leave fingerprints everywhere?
We do leave fingerprints everywhere, but I would say, Your Honor, that things like your movements, cell towers, the contents of your cell phone, those are really personal things. That's how you carry out your business. That's how you drive your car to go to the doctor. Your cell phone's heading on those towers. DNA is even more personal than that. The tests are so different than they used to be now. It can pick up all kinds of information. It takes very little DNA. DNA lives on surfaces a lot longer than fingerprints live on surfaces. So without more, they're not much of an indication of anything. There's a warrant requirement to protect people from unreasonable searches, and that's what we're asserting here. There's so much information contained in your DNA, and you can't stop from shedding that when you go out of your house. None of us can. To be able to have that searched without a warrant could put anybody in jeopardy. There's no privacy left if that's going to be the standard. You put it in public so it can be searched. That can't be the standard. That would erode the Fourth Amendment. Our position is that there is an expectation of privacy that society is willing to accept. Our position is that there's case law that supports this. Maybe not exactly directly on point, but the court talked about one of the cases that we cited that's similar. It's out of Washington. In that case, it keyed on whether the database was a voluntary, law enforcement can search this or not. In this situation, that's not the case. You know from the exhibit you have and from the testimony that you heard that the FBI went into 2 databases that they weren't permitted to search. So if the court wants to go clear to that extreme, and the court shouldn't. The court should look at the Fourth Amendment. The court should look at expectation of privacy. The court should look at the 3 places there was a warrant required and it wasn't given. But if the court wants to go all the way down, our case is different. The FBI went into 2 other databases and searched those. There was nothing else happening until that happened. And it's instructive.
I am so muted. Sorry. I was just looking at the comments about this comment here. I don't think she'll be successful in getting the IGG thrown out unless she gets a Frank's motion and the FBI did it illegally and they can prove it. But I don't know if they can get that far because they didn't turn over. They don't even have to turn over. They did their subpoenas to the FBI. They got what they're going to get from the FBI. So I don't think she'll get it thrown out. And the LE cutting corners, I don't like that either. None of us do, but it was the FBI, and Ann's always been questioning the FBI's work in this case. So that's one of the.
Well, Hippler is really good at challenging her to be specific about why things should be thrown out. Like,
Yeah.
he will say, well, why should that be thrown out? And she'll be like, blah, blah, blah. And he'll be like, well, that doesn't really make sense. You know, like if my family voluntarily submits their DNA to one of those databases, then police should be prohibited. There should be a prohibition from the police using that. I mean, that's basically the key argument that they went through on this. But yeah, Judge Hippler's good. I like him.
Yeah. And like Libertarian said, I think that it's going to be a matter for the Supreme Court, and I will not be surprised if Ann can't get some of this stuff there. This IGG, just like geofencing was recently done away with.
Yeah, that was the 5th District Court of Appeals.
Yeah.
But right before that, the 4th District Court of Appeals said it was okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, there's going to be right. Don't you think it'd be it'd be like a couple of years of back and forth on this kind of be done, but there's so much the FBI can do that we don't know about, that we probably don't need to know about or want to know about. Let's be honest. And yes, it was single source male DNA, touch DNA, not transfer. Nina, that's been the big argument between the pro-burgers and the whatever you're going to call the innocents and the people who claim guilt or innocence. It's a transfer, but it was single source male DNA is what we heard in court. So I was just getting caught up on comments, guys, real quick. Was there anything in there that you guys heard that was interesting?
Everything is interesting.
Yeah, nothing is standing out just yet.
Yeah, not quite. So is it just touch DNA on the snap? Yes. It's single source male DNA.
Yeah, and it's not on the snap, it's down in it.
Yes.
Like when you open it, like down in the rim or whatever, the inside of the snap.
Yes. It's not like it was on the outside button, but the inside, right off in the is what we're talking about here. Yeah.
Important for the court to think about.
As if you unsnapped it at some point and left a cell in there unknowingly.
Cleaned your sheath and forgot to clean down in the snap.
Thought you did, but didn't. And then, my God, could you imagine the head banging that went on when you realize you don't have that damn thing anymore? Whew.
Secretive. This all was.
So
we are months
when
from
he came
trial,
back,
and we are learning things.
Go ahead.
When
Joe.
he came back the next morning, or supposedly came back the next morning, do you think he came back to see if maybe he could get that when he realized he didn't have it, or was he just like one of those freak people that is checking out what's going on at the scene of something he just did?
Both, in my opinion. I honestly have thought about it a lot. Dolphin and I have had that conversation. Do you go back and you sit there and wonder, well, why hasn't the cops been called? There's no action over there. Do I take a chance? Because now, if you don't know there are 2 survivors in that house, and you've unalived everybody in there. Do you sit there and contemplate going back in to recover that? Do you see something that makes you change your mind? I don't, I think it's a possibility it crossed his mind. Okay, we'll start this back up.
About how the government identified Brian today in open court when we've asked for those things. There's a reason why there's so much secrecy. That's because there's a violation of privacy rights. That's why there's so much secrecy. Your Honor, this is an extremely important motion, and the court is going to decide whether we do have any expectation of privacy left or not. The IGG evidence in this case should absolutely be suppressed.
I suspect the state's going to raise an issue that you may need to respond to, but I'll let you respond to that if they do raise that issue.
I'll be prepared, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Why should I?
As well, because I don't remember. Was that part of the hearing? Because if it was, I totally missed it. That's very interesting, isn't it?
Permit evidence obtained potentially by searching databases that by its own policies law enforcement said they wouldn't search.
So a couple points on that. First, even assuming that that's all correct and that they violated the terms
seems to be the evidence.
The terms of service, Your Honor, don't affect the Fourth Amendment. The terms of service, and certainly Mr. Koberger does not have standing to raise a violation of the terms of service. And even if he did, the remedy for the terms of service is not a violation of the Fourth Amendment. As we argued in our brief, the individuals, and as came out in testimony today, the individuals who are utilizing these databases, and we're talking about millions of them, are willingly sharing their information with each other, with millions of other people.
Isn't there a subset that says, but I don't want these people to look at it?
In some of the data,
the FBI, as I understand the evidence, then says, okay, we agree, we won't search those ones.
So I'll address that part, but on the database piece, the issue is that no one sharing this information with millions of other people could have a reasonable expectation of privacy. The test for that isn't, do they have a reasonable expectation of privacy against law enforcement? It's against the public writ large. So, for example, we cited in our brief 3 different cases where Idaho's appellate courts have found people have given up a reasonable expectation of privacy in information that was shared with a single company. And it was shared with that company just so they could get the service from.
Maybe we should all start running around the house in kitchen gloves and ziplocking our DNA up and going to the neighbors and dropping it off.
Right. Ziplocking and recycling up because Ziploc bags are so environmentally friendly.
Yeah, I'm going to put on my kitchen gloves as I got phobias about stuff. And I'm going to bag up my stuff and Ziploc it. And I'm going to go put it in the neighbor's garbage because I don't want to. She's not.
This terms of service thing is a fascinating argument to me because a private company's terms of service have nothing to do with our constitutional rights. When you voluntarily send your DNA to a private company, you and that company are entering into a private agreement. And if they violate that private agreement and share it with the FBI, say, for instance, that's a private matter between you and the company. They violated their terms of service. Not the FBI.
Right. And some of the talk is about that this is going to be an issue that they're going to have to take up with those companies, not like with this criminal case. You know what I mean?
That's not a criminal matter. That's a private matter between you and a private company, a private individual, a private party, and a private company.
No, there was no warrant hunt. Paul Holes did that investigation and actually helped get the Golden State Killer. And they even got, like we just earlier this morning when we touched on the Rex Heuermann case, there's going to be some stuff coming in about the DNA there. But, they surreptitiously got his DNA off watched him eat the pizza. He didn't eat his crust. He threw it in the box. He threw the box away. They go get the box. And then they got the crust. And lo and behold, we got DNA on this guy. And guess what? They got the Long Island serial killer. So there's going to be a lot of arguments, I think, in the future about DNA, the role it plays, how they can collect it, what they can use it for. just a lot of legal, because there's going to have to be, especially for court battles like this.
No, COVID vaccines and DNA, there's no DNA collection going on in COVID vaccines. They come and stick a needle in your arm and then they throw the needle away.
Okay, wait. What are we talking about?
You say Libertarian is talking about collecting DNA with COVID vaccines?
Okay,
No. I responded with sorry, we're having a conversation back and forth.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up.
The
I
hypothetical.
I just saw your thing right there, and I'm like, wait, what? I don't understand. Explain, please.
Okay, okay, I get, yeah, because
You should
she's
get upset.
answering her question about them collecting our garbage. So here, okay.
Well,
what
the
is
Supreme Court has ruled on garbage collection.
Yeah, that they can take it. So this is what I was referring to about bagging up our DNA. What is it to stop them from collecting all of our trash and creating a universal DNA database? Because if we have zero privacy, they could. And that's when Dolphin responded. Right, Dolphin, if I'm on the right page here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a good question. What's to stop them from trying?
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm understanding where it's going now.
But yeah. So that's what that was about. Okay. Now we're
Sometimes
all
I'm a little slow. Sometimes you got to like take your time and catch me up to speed on what's going
that's
on.
okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not afraid of the police collecting my DNA out of the garbage can because I haven't done anything. But once it goes out there to the curb, it has been ruled, like Dolphin said, it is fair game.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
From that company. Here, we're talking about people sharing it not just with the company, but with millions of other people, because sharing it is the purpose of providing it to the database. So regardless of what the FBI did or didn't do in terms of violating the terms of service, no one has a reasonable expectation.
Is it different if they share it with the company and it's obtained by lawful process from that company versus going in the back window and taking it?
No, Your Honor, because right now what we're asking is not reasonableness of the search. Right now what we're asking is there even a reasonable expectation of privacy? And so the fact that no one has a reasonable expectation of privacy in those databases means that even if the FBI violated those terms of service, no one has a Fourth Amendment right to complain, and certainly Mr. Kohberger doesn't. He has not asserted factually or through evidence that he was a customer to one of these databases. And maybe that changes the case if he were, but he's not. He's not even claiming that. He's not even asserting it.
Well, they're calling her out on it too, he's not even asserting it. So it's interesting. He says he's not in the database, this guy. I forgot this attorney's name, but he's the other Nye, that's right, Mr. Nye.
Now, I do want to address the second part of the court's question about the FBI has indicated that they wouldn't do this. I believe that's a reference to the policy we've been discussing, the interim policy by the DOJ. I certainly do not speak for the Department of Justice. I do not work for the FBI. I'm speaking for the state of Idaho, but I can read a document, and if you look at the policy in footnote 1, it clearly says this interim policy does not impose any legal limitations on otherwise lawful investigative or prosecutorial activities or techniques utilized by the Department of Justice or limit the prerogatives, choices, or decisions available to or made by the department in its discretion. In other words, their first problem is they're relying on a policy at all. The U.S. Supreme Court has said policies do not equal Fourth Amendment violations. Their second problem is it's a circular argument. The policy doesn't say you cannot do any of these things. It's saying best case scenario, you're not going to do these things.
Well, if you were interpreting this as a matter of contract, wouldn't you have a problem in the sense that on the one hand it says don't do this, and on the other hand you've got a more general sort of catch-all that says, but we're not really meaning anything we say?
No, I don't think there's a problem interpreting that at all. I think the problem is they are putting way too much weight on this policy as if it's somehow the law. And it's not. It's indicating, and we heard testimony about best practices and what those mean. This is indicating best practices, but very clearly stating we are not limiting the Department of Justice to have to follow what's in this document as long as it's not limited by the law. And they're trying to use a violation of this policy or an alleged violation of this policy to say that they violated the law. It's circular reasoning. But despite all of that, the U.S. Supreme Court has said a policy violation isn't sufficient. Even the Department of Justice, as powerful as they are, they don't get to rewrite the Fourth Amendment by changing this policy. Now, I do want to address the defense is they're trying to pick and choose what they believe the searches are throughout this chain. And what they're leaving out repeatedly is where this DNA started. Where did the chain start? Well, it started at a quadruple homicide, at a crime scene. There is no case law anywhere that the state could find, and the defense has not cited any to suggest that there is a reasonable expectation of privacy in DNA found at a crime scene. And I want to talk about the Davis case, Your Honor, because it actually cuts against the defense. Davis is the case where it was a very unique set of facts. When he went into the victim's room, he saw a bag of clothing. He seized that clothing under the plain view exception to the warrant requirement. So the clothing wasn't abandoned. This was an exception to the warrant requirement. Later on, this individual who was a victim now becomes a suspect, and they have this DNA and they test it. And the Fourth Circuit said, no, you can't do that. You can't take it because he's a victim and then later use it against him as a suspect. That is nothing at all like what we have here. And in fact, if this court looks at the district court opinion that was affirmed by the Fourth Circuit, it expressly states nothing about this holding is indicating that the government needs to get a search warrant for crime scene DNA.
I'm sorry, guys. I just noticed Kay's comment, and yes, Kay, I have seen that. Did you guys see the R case with a doctor drugging patients?
Oh, yes.
Remember that, Dolphin?
I've seen this, yes.
John Schneeberger.
Okay, because I think, Dolphin, we may have watched that together in Discord.
I think we did. Yeah.
I think we did, yes. And he hid the blood
They
thing.
tested him a couple of times, didn't they?
A couple of times,
yeah.
yes, girl. Rabbit hole, people, rabbit hole.
That does not support their position. The Achilles heel in their entire chain argument here is that there is no case anywhere that suggests that a DNA analysis restores a reasonable expectation of privacy. So in the Davis case, no one lost their reasonable expectation of privacy. It was seized pursuant to the plain view doctrine. The other case that they're relying on is that recent Supreme Court decision from Arizona. They attached it to their reply. That case is similar to Davis in that the DNA was collected from someone who consented to it under a statutory framework because they had to provide 2 vials of blood so it could be tested for alcohol and drugs. Again, that case would have come out differently had the 2 vials of blood been found at a quadruple homicide. That is a pretty big factor in deciding whether or not someone has a reasonable expectation of privacy. In Idaho, while this specific issue has not been addressed by the appellate courts have told us what to look for when you're talking about a reasonable expectation of privacy. And it's things like ownership, possession, control, ability to regulate access. Mr. Kohberger had none of those things with respect to the DNA on the knife sheath. We are talking about not just a crime scene, not just a murder scene. We're talking about a murder scene in a house to which he has asserted no connection whatsoever. 4 victims to which he has asserted no connection whatsoever. We're not just talking about his DNA happened to be found in, a dresser drawer or something. It was found on a knife sheath where 4 people were killed by a knife. This is as crime scene as it gets. And that's where the DNA was found, and they can't cite any case law whatsoever. And so they try and just ignore that and skip over it and say, well, let's just talk about the DNA analysis. The other problem.
I mean, don't you guys agree they didn't need a warrant to search the damn sheet?
Oh, absolutely.
That's okay. I'm actually
analysis, collecting evidence.
I'm actually conflicted about that. Honestly, as a constitutional fundamentalist, you hear that people are murdered. The emergency responders show up. They go inside. They see a horrible murder scene. They come back outside and say, "We need police here." How hard is it, based on the testimony of the first responders, to get a warrant? Like, why would you?
Warrant for what?
To
the crime scene?
Yes, to collect all the evidence in the crime scene. Like it could just be a broad warrant. Like, we're going to collect all of the evidence at the crime scene.
Well, they did have a warrant for the house.
Right. So what are we? Okay. So what are we arguing about here then? Where is there no warrant?
No. They're saying they should have had a warrant to have to search the sheath's DNA type thing.
That's part of crime scene evidence, so they did. Why isn't he saying we did have a warrant?
Well, I think when they have a crime scene, you go in. You don't need a
specific warrant for every single piece of evidence you collect at a crime
exactly.
scene. So he should be saying that. So I think he's missing it. He's missing out on an argument opportunity here.
Okay, gotcha.
We had a warrant. We collected it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think he's going to get to that. And I think he did basically say that when he said this is as crime scene as it gets, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't, you know, what Ann's argue is you needed a warrant to even search the sheath. But
No.
what are you confused about? What are we missing? We're not on the same page yet. Uh-oh, did I lose Joe?
No, I'm here.
Oh, I was okay. Am I confused about what you're saying?
No, you said you repeated something that Ann was saying, that they need a separate warrant for the sheath, and I'm like, no. No, they don't.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
This court questions indicated is the analysis that was done in this case, as we heard the evidence today, is not something that revealed a bunch of private medical information. In fact, the defense's own expert, who is engaged in the same kinds of conduct as Othram in terms of developing these SNP profiles, said he had successfully developed hundreds of SNP profiles and never once learned medical information about any of those individuals. He testified that he has never even heard of a forensic investigative genetic genealogy case that was solved using medical information. And in fact, and I wrote this down when I asked him what he would
me back to a tweet that Mercy put out a few weeks ago, actually, maybe a week or so ago. When they were looking at this DNA tree, family tree, were they looking at medical or physical traits?
No.
Right? I don't think so either. Like,
no, and they bring it up in this too.
Right. Okay, let's continue this.
Need to do to learn medical information from those SNPs, he said, quote, it would be a lot of research. So the defense is positing this question of, they're saying the court needs to ask itself, what could law enforcement do with the DNA? And then decide whether or not there was a violation of the Fourth Amendment. But that's not what the U.S. Supreme Court says. In Maryland v. King, they were very clear when it comes to DNA, because the defense there was asserting the same argument. We have DNA can reveal a bunch of private medical information, and the U.S. Supreme Court said, quote, even if non-coding alleles could provide some information, they are not in fact tested for that end. So the question under the Fourth Amendment is not what could law enforcement possibly do with this? The question is, what did they do? And in this case, there is no evidence whatsoever that they did anything to find out medical information about Mr. Kohberger. It was all related to ancestry and identity. And as the U.S. Supreme Court said in King, there is no greater privacy interest in DNA than in fingerprints, so long as law enforcement is limiting its activities to identification. And that's what we have in this case, is identification. Now, the other problem that Mr. Kohberger has here is, in my view at least, he's been a little bit wishy-washy on the DNA on the knife sheath itself. You don't get to claim Fourth Amendment standing and then just say, well, that may be my DNA, but I have no idea how it got there. Again, the Idaho Court of Appeals has held in a couple different cases that
it may be my DNA, but I don't know how it got there. You better explain yourself, because it's
You know what, though? There are people that subscribe to that theory that somehow his DNA was planted on that.
Oh, I know all about it. But why? Why him? Where'd they get his DNA from to plant it? Out of the database? Oh, look, let's just, not buying it. Sorry.
There were a lot of other guys that were closer to that house, that King Road party house, that they could have framed if they were framing somebody.
Oh my God, the boyfriend been easy. The cigarette guy that they picked up, that could have been easy, you know. I mean, bullshit. Okay. Oops, let me get this off the screen, get my other thing back up. Sorry guys, I couldn't help myself. Turn my thing off.
one, for example, in one of the cases, denied the existence of a bag that had been thrown out of the window. And the court said, well, you can't have a reasonable expectation of privacy in a bag that you deny exists. This is a very similar thing. We have a defendant who is trying to get the best of both worlds. He's trying to say, well, it's not my DNA and the state can't prove that, but he's also trying to say that he has Fourth Amendment standing. And that is not how the Fourth Amendment works. Your Honor, I also wanted to respond to an argument that was made in the reply brief, since I didn't get a chance to do it in the briefing. And this has to do with the trash pull in Pennsylvania. And I'll just start by saying that the defense has offered no evidence whatsoever that would take the trash pull in this case outside of the Idaho Supreme Court's decisions in Donato and Paluzzi. Paluzzi is very recent, came out in the middle of the briefing, in fact, and rejected the exact arguments that are being pressed by the defense here. Obviously, this court is bound by that reasoning. When the state pointed that out in their response brief, in the reply, the defense made an assertion that this case is different because the documents the state has provided are not clear on where the garbage cans were located, and that maybe the officers went up onto the driveway instead of collecting them from the street.
The trash company collected it.
Correct. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I misspoke. The trash company collected them on behalf.
See, Ann was arguing that they went up onto the cans weren't at the curtilage, that they went up into the driveway, but now we are finding out that,
you know what, that's my constitutional argument.
that's not.
No, that's my constitutional argument too. If a trash can is located on private property, even if you've drug it out for the trash company to get it and it's still on private property, are you still susceptible to law enforcement searching that? And I think you could make an argument, no. If it's on private property, law enforcement doesn't have a right to search it. But
You mean once it goes? Do you mean once it goes out to the curb?
Yeah, once it's out to the curb on a public street, obviously 100% it's susceptible to anybody, private investigators, law enforcement. Your neighbor can come and steal your trash. He can go through whatever mail you put in there. He can steal your identity, and that's your fault. But if it's a private street, I have questions. And if it's pulled back away from the street, but it's close enough to the street for the garbage company to collect it, I have questions. So I need to study that.
If the garbage company, if the garbage company collected it, then my opinion, it was at the curb or close enough, because not everybody will say, because the county owns 5. Okay, in Florida. Yeah, exactly.
Easement.
There's an easement way
but
that they
that's not
own.
necessarily a public easement.
No, but what I'm saying is if the garbage was already out there and the trash company collected it, that's not illegal.
Right. So let's say, I think I went over this scenario with you before. I used to live on a dead end street, and I would have to take my trash out a half a block down the road to put it where the public street ended before my private dead end street was. And a couple of times I didn't get my trash cans out there to the public street, so they were still sitting up next to my house. And a couple of times the trash company thought they were doing me a favor, and they would actually come take that trash can and pull it down to the public street where their truck was and put my trash in their truck. So in that scenario, I think I might have an argument that that's not susceptible to law enforcement inspection. If it's up against my house.
Well, yeah, if it's next to the home, that's already been proven by the Supreme Court.
Right,
though.
but it was on the dead end street, and you can't tell just by looking where the public street ends and where the private dead end street starts. Like, you can't tell just by looking. So the garbage company was, I don't think they did anything wrong, but I think I might have an argument on appeal if they found something incriminating in there.
Not in this case. I don't think they will.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where those trash cans were, and I don't know if we'll ever learn.
They were down the street at the curb.
They're
and they have it on video.
Yeah, they got all that on video. Mm-hmm.
I'll stop beating that dead horse then.
It's okay.
Yeah, because that's a Supreme Court has ruled on that a long time ago. So, yeah, I don't think that argument's going to go anywhere. But
Behalf of the officers.
They just did the regular pickup, I thought. And
Correct.
Pulled over after they got out of the neighborhood and said, here's what we grabbed.
Well, I do believe it was prearranged with the FBI for them to do that. But my point is just, I do think it's telling that they didn't provide the court with these documents that they believe are not clear. And I looked them up to make sure that they were. And in fact, there is an FBI report that was disclosed in discovery that details the garbage cans were at the end of the driveway, at the end of the property. At the end, it says, see video. And there was a video disclosed in Discovery where you can see the officer's body cam. He drives by the house shortly before they look in the garbage cans, and they're in the exact place you would expect garbage cans to be. So they, of course, have the burden of establishing a search.
See, that's interesting that they rode by. Because if you go look at I went and looked very early on at Kohberger's home. Like, where did the FBI park and watch and hide? And there was really nowhere to park and hide. You would have been seen. So then we find out they have drone footage. You know, they sent the drone in and things like they use that. But driving by, that's amazing, because they were able to drive by, see the cans, and instead of making themselves known by walking up and collecting it out of the can, because this guy's probably watching out that window. Let's get the garbage company to do it. Makes sense to me.
Didn't they also say that when they were out there late one night, they saw him taking the garbage out or something, and they almost ran into him or something? I don't know if that was factual or if
Don't
that was
remember.
a rumor, but I thought that was Pennsylvania.
Yeah, in Pennsylvania, they knew he had. I know that we know they said he was jogging. Anne makes that argument: why not arrest him when he was jogging versus in the house, whatever. But yeah, they had seen him jogging. They had also seen him walk from his house to the neighbor's house in their can versus his own cans. And everybody's like, "Oh, well, what if their cans were full?" And you share with your neighbor. Yeah, we get it. But
Yes.
it's odd when you're a suspect quadruple homicide. Different. But yeah. Okay, let's.
They haven't presented any evidence to that. It's not sufficient for them to stand up here and say, well, it's just not clear. Which brings me to my final point, and that is Ms. Taylor continues to say there was a lot of secretive stuff happening in this case. That is not sufficient to satisfy their burden that there was a search, that someone had a reasonable expectation of privacy. When you have the burden, you have to present evidence. You don't get to just stand up and say, well, it was very secretive. I will note in this case, as the court may be familiar with it, as it's probably read back through the record, the defense in this case has gotten a lot more information than many defendants in other states who have, where there's been an IGG investigation, because the majority of courts have found this isn't really relevant information. It's just a tip. Now, it is what it is in this case, and of course complied with all the court's orders and provided the information, but there's not a lot of information, not because it's secretive, but because.
See, in this case, has been turned over more information on the IGG than any other case. Because when Judge had that closed chambers hearing, or not a hearing, but he went over all the IGG stuff and decided to let the defense look at almost all of it. A lot more, way more than ever before in any other cases, because this is a tool, and Anne's really putting this tool to the test, in my opinion. Will she succeed? I don't think she'll get, happening here, but maybe later.
It's just not our case. It's not what IGG was used in this case. And yes, it did point to the defendant. But the fact that that happened doesn't mean that there was a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Unless the court has any questions, we'd ask them to deny the motion to suppress.
If the FBI.
So, USA Libertarian, how do you present evidence that is being hidden? There's in the IGG stuff, it's not supposed to come into court anyway, because it's a tool. You can't use it to arrest your client. You can't, or your suspect. You can't use it as evidence in court against your client. You just use it as an investigative tool to help get to your and Anne likes to use the big secret a lot, but is there really any big secrets? I don't know yet. IGG stuff, maybe. That's, again, FBI stuff.
In fact, violated the Fourth Amendment rights of Mr. Kohberger. You would agree the state is burdened by that?
That's a great way of putting it, Your Honor. Yes, the state would be burdened by that. Yes.
Hey, Jeff, can you send me that link to what you're talking about? ABC News.
Hold on, I'll put it in Google and I'll send it.
Oh, it's an article. Okay, great. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I'll start backwards. I will answer the court's question that the court posed to Mr. Nye. The state is burdened by what the FBI did here. Every action the FBI took in here, all of the secret actions that they took, show you that there is an expectation of privacy that society is willing to accept. They didn't want anybody to know what they're doing. It is interesting to hear that discovery requests and motions to compel and orders have been complied with when I've learned.
Okay, take a look at this. I don't know if I'm going to mess up what I'm doing. Let me write down my timestamp, guys, so we can get right back to it in case I mess something up. I want to look at this real quick, this article here.
Open another tab first and then click the link.
That's a good idea, Dolphin.
I like right click, open a new tab.
Or that.
I right clicked, I don't see, oh, new tab, gotcha. Okay, so now, can you guys see that?
No, you have to switch to
It's not working right, hold on, let me do it this way. Oops. I know what I need to do. Okay, now I got it. I think.
Are you sharing a screen or
let's see, share my screen. Here we go. Got it. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, now I see it.
So Bryan Kohberger's DNA matches evidence found at Idaho murder crime scene. Court documents. Bob taken from Bryan Kohberger is a statistical match to DNA evidence at the Moscow, Idaho crime scene where the 4 university students were murdered last year, according to new court documents. Kohberger, 28-year-old criminology student at Washington University, is accused of fatally stabbing Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Kaylee Gonzalez. Investigators found a K-bar knife sheath on the bed with the bodies of Maddie and Gonzalez, of Mogen and Gonzalez. The sheath was face down, partially under Mogen's body, on the bed, according to the documents. Okay, Jeff, we'll have to find that document because it's been, you know how many damn documents have been dropped in the case. Face down, partially under Mogen's body and the corner of the bed, which we knew that part. But I'm like you, Dolphin. I didn't ever know about it being face down like that.
See, it doesn't say that it was face down even in the affidavit.
Right.
I'm looking at it now.
So I wonder which court document it states that in. Let's see if it states that DNA evidence was found on the K-bar. Came from single source that was male. Came from single source that was male. After assuming the investigation from the Idaho State Police, the FBI sent possible suspect DNA to publicly available genetic genealogy services to determine potential relatives in the suspect. The FBI then used common genealogical techniques 37 octillion times more likely to be Kohberger's than a random person from the general population, according to the documents. Law enforcement previously said they had obtained DNA from the sheath, and it matched it to DNA from Kohberger's father found in the trash outside the family home. Now, the new documents show a match directly from a cheek swab from Kohberger. Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home in Pennsylvania in the Pocono Mountains on December 30th. Kohberger, who was arrested on 4 first-degree murder and burglary and was extradited from Pennsylvania back over to Idaho and is now awaiting trial. Thank you for that, Dolphin and Jeff, for getting that pulled up for us. Appreciate that. We'll have to try to find that document now. I know I will, to see if we can figure out where they had that All right, let me get this other thing back up for you guys. Hold on 1 second. We'll finish out what we were doing. No, we won't. Stop. Okay. All right. Oops. Let me get it back up on the screen. Here we go.
Course of preparing for this hearing and being at this hearing so far today. That's a surprise to me. So I wanted to say that, and I want to go back to the trash pool. And I want you to know, when you consider this, that that particular area had an ordinance that trash had.
Supreme Court reject that argument very recently.
Your Honor, they might have, but that ordinance isn't all. I was starting with the ordinance, that it has to be collected by a trash collector, that a certain trash collector, that you have to put your trash out to. In that circumstance, the FBI trash and then take that trash somewhere else too. And those are some extra actions that the FBI took in this particular case that changed that.
How does that change the analysis?
Well, Your Honor, I think that it changes
The expectation of privacy is lost when you put it in the trash can to be taken away, per the Supreme Court's opinion, even if it's a well-regulated neighborhood by ordinance that says when and where you have to put your trash.
Well, Your Honor, I think that there is an expectation of privacy when you have to comply, you have to put your trash out in that particular manner.
Donnie, this is last week's hearing, but this was not the closed portion. The judge is going to release transcripts of that closed portion in the next coming weeks, and as soon as those drop, we'll have those available, and we're going to be setting up a show to go over those. And there was another question that I saw. Is spying on someone legal, or do they need a warrant to use drone? They spy on us all day long. They don't really need a warrant to watch or surveil a suspect. You know what I mean? The thing. That's just part of it.
Not the case.
Unless
you're saying the Supreme Court was wrong, the Idaho Supreme Court was wrong, and you're reserving that for a later higher appellate court, that's fine.
Your Honor, I may not always agree with the Idaho Supreme Court on everything.
Boom.
But I have to follow what they say.
That was my nugget for this
But
hearing.
I have to make a record when I don't.
Your Honor, I don't always agree with the Idaho Supreme Court. Oh my gosh.
No,
Seriously?
she doesn't. Well, right now you have to.
Don't agree.
I appreciate that. I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
And I have to distinguish the case as best I can as well. And I think it is different when you have the FBI telling the trash man what to do. So I'll move on to something else. I want to talk about now where Mr. Nice started, that Department of Justice interim policy, and he read you the first footnote, and I would just direct the court to pages 6 and 7 in that, and that is that the FBI is not to search databases that they're not allowed to, in this case the 2 of the 4 that they did, and the next page talks about the things that have to be kept in case there's a prosecution.
2 of the 4 databases. Is that what she said? Did I hear that right? Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. You might need to rewind it. I was looking.
I'll start by saying the defense has offered no evidence whatsoever that would take the trash pull in this case out.
You were like 6
Had an
something,
ordinance
6 hours.
that
and
trash
something.
had
And
The
you
court
had-
reject that argument very recently.
Your Honor, they might have, but that ordinance isn't all. I was starting with the ordinance, that it has to be collected by a trash collector, that a certain trash collector that you have to put your trash out to. In that circumstance, the FBI worked with the trash collector and had them go just to get that trash and then take that trash somewhere else too. And those are some extra actions that the FBI took in this particular case that changed them.
How does that change the analysis?
Well, Your Honor, I think that it changes
The expectation of privacy is lost when you put it in the trash can to be taken away, per the Supreme Court's opinion, even if it's a well-regulated neighborhood by ordinance that says when and where you have to put your trash.
When you have to comply, you have to put your trash out in that particular manner.
Not the case.
Unless
you're saying the Supreme Court was wrong, the Idaho Supreme Court was wrong, and you're reserving that for a later higher appellate court, that's fine.
Your Honor, I may not always agree with the Idaho Supreme Court on everything.
But I have to follow what they say.
But I have to make a record when I don't agree.
I appreciate that. I'm just trying to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
And I have to distinguish the case as best I can as well. And I think it is different when you have the FBI telling the trash man what to do. I'll move on to something else. I want to talk about now where Mr. Nice started, that Department of Justice interim policy, and he read you the first footnote, and I would just direct the court to pages 6 and 7 in that, and that is that the FBI is not to search databases that they're not allowed to, in this case, the 2 of the 4 that they did, and the
2 of the 4.
Right. So there are 2 that law enforcement are allowed to go into, and then now she's saying the FBI went in the other
So they
2.
did a total of 4, and 2
their policy had stated
could
that
access
they would
legally, and
go
2
into
they
those.
could not. Yeah, I think let's see what she says.
next page talks about the things that have to be kept in case there's a prosecution case. The prosecutor talked to you about, well, this is a tip. This is just a tip. It's like an informant. And it's thought of in this Department of Justice policy as more if they're told to keep things in case there's a prosecution case. And so that should be considered when you're considering the entire picture that we have here in light of the amount of secrecy that happened here. That takes it out of being a tip. It takes it out of being a lead in the case. I would remind the court, I'm sure the court knows pretty well when we're talking about confidential informants and that type of law, you have to have some reliability. And there should be a big question here about how reliable this is, how reliable whatever it was the FBI did to develop this profile with the rest of the secret things that they did in this case and their willingness to violate their own policy. I'm certainly not suggesting that this court create a new Fourth Amendment right based on violation of Department of Justice policy, but I'm saying you should look at that and consider that when you're thinking about what the FBI did here and how credible this informant was, how credible this lead was in this particular case. That's fair for you to consider just like you would in any other confidential informant type of case. I would like to distinguish what we have here with our subsequent search. I talked a lot about that before. I won't go too far on that. This is a second search and a third search if we're just focusing on the 2 SNP files. These are extra searches that happen after the initial search is done and the STR profile is developed and it goes into the CODIS database. This is completely different and a SNP is different. You heard a lot of testimony about how this is sort of new and evolving technology and the standards that apply are catching up and there's best practices. You heard a lot about that today. So I don't think we can just say, well, if CODIS is fine, this is fine. It's not the same at all. There is a ton of information. It's your whole genome that gets profiled. Maybe the SNP that uploads into MyHeritage, which it shouldn't have, maybe that SNP doesn't tell you certain things about a health profile, but the potentiality is there in the SNP profile. For $12, you can upload that profile and find out all kinds of personal health information. It's the potentiality of that. And that's the Carpenter case that talked about the potentiality of that. People have an absolute privacy interest in their health matters. Idaho has a couple of different laws on the books. It has the family DNA law on the books.
And let's call bullshit, because are we in court discussing this man's medical history? No. We are discussing the crime he allegedly committed. Well, we might need some medical history on that after, you might need that yourself for litigation purposes, mitigation, excuse me, when it's time to, yeah, okay. I'll go ahead. Go ahead.
Actually, wait a minute. Haven't they done a search warrant
She
for
has.
his medical records?
Remember, and she had
Yeah,
mentioned a long time ago that during mitigation, they were going to have to go back decades into his history, mental, family, medical history, to establish
Right.
his craziness.
And the state has to get copies of that. So she basically has to have given the state his medical information. So what is she standing
Thank
here
you.
arguing about?
Yeah, and answer the question. We object to your line of talk.
Think about HIPAA. I mean, that we all have to sign those forms every time we go to the doctor if we want anything released to our surgeon. Health matters are important. If you can upload one.
Okay, when I write to Koberger, I'm going to ask him if I can have some permissions to his medical stuff, because I think he's got autoimmune disease, and I'm concerned about his visual snow and all that good stuff. You doing okay? I'm going to ask.
One of these profiles for $12 and find out all kinds of information. How is that not a Fourth Amendment issue? That's what that SNP profile can do, and that was done twice without a warrant in this case, and there should have been a warrant. It violates Fourth Amendment rights, Article 1, Section 17 rights, and this must be suppressed.
Thank you. All right, the matter will be taken under advisement. Let's proceed with the Frank's argument on the IGG and the Frank's proffer more generally. Or did I get it wrong again?
Your Honor, I'm prepared to do that. I would request that the court maybe give me 5 minutes. I have different things.
We'll take 5.
Thank you.
We'll be back in 5.
So, Nina, you said they were required to have warrants to activate CERT and Aviation Special Forces for drone coverage. So I'm curious, is Ann's argument here that the fundamental reason behind them being able to get those warrants is flawed? Like the fruit of the poison tree type of argument, that they didn't have the right to get his DNA in the first place. So any warrants that they obtained,
That's
any
been her
evidence they
argument, and
obtained
she's
after
been
that is poison of the, or fruit of the poison tree.
Yeah, that's what her whole argument with all of the all the evidence that she, not even just IGG.
Yeah, all the motions.
Yeah, all of her motions
suppress.
to suppress are based on that. But the thing about it is, if they really needed to have warrants in Pennsylvania for the CERT to activate, including the drone footage, I'm sure they did it. Why would they take a chance on not dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's and making sure that wasn't? I know, did they bundle or fumble and maybe not get that if it was required? But I doubt it.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure that was written into the warrant that they got to go arrest him, and whatnot. They were surveilling him like for days before that. So, yeah.
Let me get this to start working again. Sometimes it says second.
And just judging by what they did with the trash, like I said, recording it, showing on video that, yes, the trash can was down at the curb, at the street or whatever. And then they got the garbage disposal company to, run by there with an empty truck, only pick up his trash and bring it straight to them.
Well, here's the thing:
So,
if
and they had a
you
warrant
take
for
a
that.
trash truck and go pick up somebody's garbage, there is already a shit ton of DNA in that truck already. So I can't believe she's not making that argument. Like, how do you know?
I mean, but it's a
bagged
closed
up.
bag, though.
And he was particularly.
That DNA is on the outside.
It's still
bag,
not a very
on the items
sanitary
inside.
procedure. Like, not anywhere near CSI scene preservation techniques.
Well, but they go through landfills all the time.
Yeah,
Right,
they
but
do
not
that
for
all the
DNA. They're
time.
looking for bodies in landfill.
Oh, but once they get a body, they got to identify the DNA.
DNA out
Yeah.
of trash all the time.
Yeah. It's like take a look at some evidence, you know what I mean? Like research, like how the science behind that type of stuff, because it's all, hold on, let me get this thing back up. Where'd it go?
By the way, I'm just playing devil's
Oh,
advocate.
you're good.
Yeah, no, you're fine. It just, yeah. What do you call it? Yeah. Anne's whole thing, though, in a nutshell, is she's been whining that, oh, I don't know how they got to him. You know, we need to know how they got to him. So then basically she's like, since nobody's told me how they got to him, you know, we don't understand it, then, oh, the IGG is how they got to him, right? So she's totally ignoring all of the
Yes.
other things that they had, you know, like the car, the phone, whatever, right? And she's like, oh, it's the IGG, but they're being secretive with the IGG. So, and oh, the FBI has gone into databases that they shouldn't have, and it's a violation of everybody's privacy and blah, blah, blah. So now that's why that's her main argument to try to get the IGG thrown out, because then she's like, so everything else that they got from his house, his apartment, the car, everything else that came after that will automatically go away. So
Yeah.
this is what she's standing in court, like trying to do, like partially, this is what she's trying
So,
to
you
do.
know, in Karen Reed, there was a look-alike on YouTube that looked a lot like Judge Bev, like Auntie Bev. And she did a little video that was like she was pretending to be Judge Bev. Somebody needs to do an Anne look-alike rap video. And it's going to be called IGG, you know me. You're going to see he's not guilty.
Yeah, I mean, Anne has stood up in court like months and months ago and just, how did you get to my client? How did you get, like, well, lady, we're going to get there eventually in court, you know, because it's like what came first, chicken or the egg, the discovery of that white Elantra in the campus parking lot thing. Go ahead.
I'm not saying that she's not a good attorney or whatever. I understand what she has to do. I mean, I just think that it's an uphill battle. You know, she's doing the best that she can with what she's got. That's, you know, the situation, the facts, the things that she's aware of that we're not aware of yet.
Exactly.
And with the added information in, probable cause on the warrants should not be found. Today, I'm asking you to listen to what we have to say, look at the exhibits that have been admitted, and I'll walk through those with you to talk about the 13 areas. And at the end of this hearing, we will have met the preliminary showing required in order to schedule a Franks hearing and fully challenge this.
With the exception of the IGG, which I think we've already heard the evidence on. So
we did hear the evidence, Your Honor, and I will not repeat that evidence. I'll argue from that. Okay. Well, I'll try to hit that as hard as I can then. Your Honor, in this case, there were a lot of search warrants. I'm going to draw the court's attention to those beginning on December 23rd. That day is important because it was just a few days prior to that for the first time ever, Brian Kohberger's name came up in the course of this investigation. Your Honor wouldn't know that by reading the affidavits for probable cause. Nobody would know that. That's because that information is omitted from the affidavit. That information is something that you heard about this morning in testimony, that but for the FBI's work going into databases they shouldn't have been going into, violating their own policy, keeping no records, and doing this all behind the scenes in secret. That's the only way a name was produced. Prior to that time, the lead detective in the case had not heard the name Brian Kohberger. He had not crossed their radar. That's nowhere in the affidavit, and that's important because that's intentionally withheld from the affidavit because of the work the FBI did, because the FBI went behind the scenes and did things that they shouldn't have been doing, because they searched databases that they shouldn't have been doing. We don't know what else they did wrong because everything else is a secret. We don't know what else they did wrong because there's no record kept, there's no process kept. We can't rebuild the process that they did to identify Mr. Kohberger. We can't do any of that because they kept no records, produced no records, and did this all behind closed doors, and it was withheld from the magistrate. Had the judge heard about that, signing probable cause, that would have been really important to understand. We don't know this name. We heard it for the first time now, and we only know it because we violated our own policy to find that. That may have given the judge caution. It may have made the judge wonder what else are they doing behind the scenes. But that was withheld from the judge. That judge never got to know that. Let's talk about what the judge did get to know with that in mind, and that's a really important backdrop. These affidavits are a group effort. I think the court's heard a little bit about that, and if the court has some of the initial exhibits, the court will know, and I'm at D2. The court will know that this was a group effort. The FBI, the same FBI that went behind and violated their own policy to try to identify somebody, they were co-located with Moscow Police Department and working on these affidavits to present to the judge. The first warrant that gets anything related to Mr. Kohberger is, I refer to it as AT&T 1. It's on 12/23/22, and it's for 48 hours worth of records of Mr. Kohberger. And I want to go through that warrant with the court having in mind that the IGG was purposefully and intentionally withheld from the magistrate. And I want to talk about some of the other problems with that warrant. This probable cause affidavit talks about an interview they had where the person that was interviewed said that she heard things and saw things within her house. But what is written in the probable cause affidavit is seriously lacking in detail. It's wrong and it's false in many places. The way the affidavit reads, it says, this person stated she went to sleep on the second floor. She was awoken at 4 by what she stated sounded like one of the victims playing with the dog, which was on the 3rd floor. A short time later, she thought she heard one of the victims say something. That caveat, she thought she heard, is a problem. That's not at all what was said. This person was interviewed shortly after 911 was called.
So she's going to start talking about Dylan having roommate and what her alleged statements to law enforcement really were. Because a lot of the PCA, even very early on, were like, oh my God, 8 hours, what the hell's going on here, blah, blah, blah. You know, there had to be more than this that she said or heard. And apparently there was more. Of course, it didn't all have to go in the PCA. But it's interesting, the things that she did say. You know, and I would like to see those documents myself and hear Dylan's testimony on the stand.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, was that the crosswalks or was that
I
the
don't
left
throw
turn?
shade at Dylan for this, but I want to hear
Jeff,
her
was that the
explanation for what
crosswalks or
she
was
thought
that the
was
left
going on
turn
there.
lane? Because I think he pulled out into the intersection when he couldn't go.
It was, yeah,
And
making a
and then
left.
he decided to back up into the left turn lane, got pulled over, was arguing with her, can you show me the state code that says that I can't be out there? Like,
I don't know. Was it mentioned in the PCA, Dolphin, about that pullover?
They did mention another traffic stop or whatever. They mentioned, actually,
I think
didn't
they
mention
mentioned both
his
of them,
traffic
but
stops?
we only know we only have the footage of the one which is the one Jeff is speaking about. We don't have the other one. And from the way Ann brings that one up during the hearings, and that was also interesting. But yeah, so this discussion here is about what the surviving roommate heard
In the afternoon of November 13th, 2022, and she was sure. I'm at Defendant's Exhibit 8A, page 281, lines 4 through 10, when this witness was sure that she heard this particular victim go down the stairs, go up the stairs, and then come running back down the stairs. That is not what's contained in this affidavit at all. That is repeat.
Dolphin, let me ask you a question. Do you think that if she did hear one of the victims going up and down the stairs, do you think that could have been Kaylee and Maddie or one of the other before the crime was committed?
I mean, I've thought about that, and I'm just like, how did she say she didn't say she also heard the person speaking or
Right.
screaming or whatever, right? Like, so how does she know it wasn't the
Exactly.
killer? Oh, sorry. Am I
Yeah.
so for those that
Yeah, I
killer?
don't. I try not to use too many of them little childlike words. Yeah,
Mhm.
I know we both hate all
Yeah.
that. But yeah, how does she not know? But I think she says that Dylan claims she saw what was one of the victims. So I was wondering, well, was that before he entered the home? Was that, like when they were done walking Murphy and getting the carbonara, now they're going back to
No, I
bed?
don't think she said
I
she
don't
saw. She said she thought she heard one of the
Okay,
victims running up and down the stairs, or run up and down the stairs.
let's see if I got it backed up far enough.
Because
They
she
were
was supposedly asleep at
co-located
2
with Moscow
o'clock.
Police Department and working on these
Go ahead.
I got her too
on the
far.
third
Yeah.
floor. A short time later, she thought she heard one of the victims say something. That caveat, she thought she heard, is a problem.
Hang on.
Use your left arrow on your keyboard. You just keep tapping that. You'll go back 5 seconds at a time.
You're so smart. You're always the one that did was, because I'm over here trying to use my stupid mouse to get
I
it.
like my
out.
shortcuts.
Come on, play. Let me fix it. Hold on. I gotta fix it. Every time. I don't know why it does that in these damn StreamYard and Restream. Okay, let me pull it back up real quick. It won't take but a sec.
Fimo, oh, see something, say something. Oh, I'm looking at Jill's chat.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, the first pullover, like that traffic stop, was supposedly a seatbelt ticket or something.
A seatbelt violation, and apparently it's extremely close to the King Road home.
Not sure why they won't release the body cam, though.
It's weird because Ann does bring up that particular footage, and we don't know if they're going to try to use it to establish this is his car. He's in this car because it was a daylight. I don't know if it was daylight pullover
No, that was
or
at
what time.
night.
I can't remember. It was at night, wasn't it? But it was apparently very, very close to the home. All right, let me get this back. Uh-oh. Sorry, guys. And I got interrupted by the dog, dude. Go away. Okay. Okay, let me pull the screen back up. Sorry. I think I got us where we need to be. Close enough. Let me make sure I got the speed up again because it changed it every time. There we go. Okay.
As some of the initial exhibits, the court will know, and I'm at D2. The court will know that this was a group effort. The FBI, the same FBI that went behind and violated their own policy to try to identify somebody, they were co-located with Moscow Police Department and working on these affidavits to present to the judge. The first warrant that gets anything related to Mr. Kohberger is, I refer to it as AT&T 1. It's on 12/23/22, and it's for 48 hours worth of records of Mr. Kohberger. And I want to go through that warrant with the court having in mind that the IGG was purposefully and intentionally
Oh, sorry guys, I didn't realize I was muted again. Let me see this. Let me fix it real this time. This shit's annoying. I don't know why that thing keeps popping up automatically. Okay.
Donnie, are you really doing dishes, Donnie? Are you really doing dishes? Like, do you work in a restaurant? Are you like the dishwasher in a restaurant? Some of those guys are the best. Like, they get in there and they battle. Like, they help out the whole kitchen and they just jump in and do their stuff. But if you're just like doing your household dishes, then that's an interesting name. Donnie does dishes. I do dishes too, but I like load the dishwasher every other night.
I do too. My son's good at cleaning up behind himself, so both of them are actually.
Good deal. You taught him right.
You damn right. Ain't no woman gonna clean up behind you your entire life. Quit it. Hang on, I'm trying to make sure we're at the right spot.
Yeah, there's always the debate when somebody does the cooking most of the time. Like, are the other people in the house supposed to do the dishes and the cleanup? Or how much cleanup are you supposed to do when you just spent, 4 hours cooking a 7-pound lasagna? Like, I'll do it. I don't have a problem doing it. But some people are like, oh, yeah, you do the cooking, I'll do the cleanup. But that was not my ex. She was like, you made a mess in here. You better clean that up. So I learned over time. I adjusted.
I'm like, whatever. My ex-husband used to love to cook, and he was like, well, he worked in restaurants, but he would make a huge mess, and I would clean it up. But like, whatever, he's cooking.
Yeah, there's an episode of South Park that is absolutely hilarious. That is just like so on point. It's called Cream Fresh, and it's where Randy just becomes obsessed with cooking and cooking shows, and like cooking shows at night become like food PORN to him. And his wife is like, no. So one morning he comes down and he cooks breakfast and he just makes this huge mess in the kitchen. And then he walks in and he goes, I cooked you clean.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's not who I want to be.
Okay, I think let me see. Why is it on?
Good deal, Donnie. You got it figured out.
Did you make it work?
He says he cooks and cleans up. That's the secret.
Okay, I think this is close as I'm gonna get it. I hope we don't mess up this time. Better play.
I tried to keep everybody entertained.
Thank you, Joe.
Of why we should have a Franks hearing. To do that, we will show you that in this circumstance, the affidavits that supported the search warrants in this case had false information in them that was intentionally placed there. There was intentional omissions of information that are material and exculpatory to Mr. Kohberger, and without the false statements and with the added information in, probable cause on the warrants should not be found. Today, I'm asking you to listen to what we have to say, look at the exhibits that have been admitted, and I'll walk through those with you to talk about the 13 areas. And at the end of this hearing, we will have met the preliminary showing required in order to schedule a Franks hearing and fully challenge this.
With the exception of the IGG, which I think we've already heard the evidence on. So
We did hear the evidence, Your Honor, and
My only point being that's not in the preliminary stage that all the other issues are on.
okay. Well, I'll try to hit that as hard as I can then. Your Honor, in this case, there were a lot of search warrants. I'm going to draw the court's attention to those beginning on December 23rd. That day is important because it was just a few days prior to that.
So you know, she said that there were statements that were omitted, right?
Uh-huh.
And they were trying to get the warrant, and she said those statements were exculpatory towards him, right?
Right.
I find it very interesting that she was only mentioning Dylan, and she never said anything about Bethany. Because remember, before the indictment, they were hot out after Bethany. They wanted Bethany to, be forced to come back to Idaho because they wanted to talk to her. Her
She
lawyer
had that exculpatory evidence.
She had
Right.
the exculpatory evidence. Who was it? Their investigator was Batanti.
Yep.
Or whatever, and then they said no, she doesn't have to come back. Oh, we'll go to Nevada, and then they were gonna go. I don't know if they ever did go. Then they indicted him. Remember?
Yeah, I think we did find I think we did get confirmation from Ann that they did go. It was in one of the court filings that they did go speak to Bethany. So whatever exculpatory evidence they claimed Bethany had, apparently it's nothing, because you're right, they don't even mention Bethany.
Yeah, she's not even mentioning her. She's dropping little nuggets about Dylan.
It's Dylan, and I think they're gonna put the credibility of Dylan on trial too. So let me try to get right back to this, guys. Hold on.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that before she went off into the motions. The other ones, the motions to suppress. I have to give it to her. She's slick because they in the beginning they both sides agreed to the gag order, right? And now she's trying to drop these little nuggets out and put basically, I don't know, like doubt or whatever. She's basically trying to taint the jury pool too. By saying, oh, Ellie has, done something nefarious. This witness, was drunk. She's unreliable. She doesn't remember what she saw. She wasn't sure, if it was real.
Yeah. Okay. I think I might have fixed it, guys. I'm so sorry.
What?
It had initials to comply
thank you.
with the court's.
Appreciate it.
All right. Your Honor, the purpose we're here for today is to offer you a preliminary showing of why we should have a Franks hearing. To do that, we will show you that in this circumstance, the affidavits that supported the search warrants in this case had false information in them that was intentionally placed there. There was intentional omissions of information that are material and exculpatory to Mr. Kohberger, and without the false statements and with the added information in, probable cause on the warrants should not be found. Today, I'm asking you to listen to what we have to say, look at the exhibits that have been admitted, and I'll walk through those.
What?
Did she just say that some stuff was intentionally omitted?
Yeah.
Wow. I don't remember hearing that.
But she's going to talk about some of Dylan's statements. Just saw back chat, and thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Those with you to talk about the 13 areas. And at the end of this hearing, we will have met the preliminary showing required in order to schedule a Franks hearing and fully challenge this.
With the exception of the IGG, which I think we've already heard the evidence on. So
we did hear the evidence, Your Honor, and I will not repeat that evidence. I'll argue from that today.
My only point being that's not in the preliminary stage that all the other issues are on.
Okay. Well, I'll try to hit that as hard as I can then. Your Honor, in this case, there were a lot of search warrants. I'm going to draw the court's attention to those beginning on December 23rd. That day is important because it was just a few days prior to that for the first time ever, Bryan Kohberger's name came up in the course of this investigation. Your Honor wouldn't know that by reading the affidavits for probable cause. Nobody would know that. That's because that information is omitted from the affidavit. That information is something that you heard about this morning in testimony, that but for the FBI's work going into databases they shouldn't have been going into, violating their own policy, keeping no records, and doing this all behind the scenes in secret. That's the only way a name was produced. Prior to that time, the lead detective in the case had not heard the name Bryan Kohberger. He had not crossed their radar. That's nowhere in the affidavit, and that's important because that's intentionally withheld from the affidavit because of the work the FBI did, because the FBI went behind the scenes and did things that they shouldn't have been doing, because they searched databases that they shouldn't have been doing. We don't know what else they did wrong because everything else is a secret. We don't know what else they did wrong because there's no record kept, there's no process kept. We can't rebuild the process that they did to identify Mr. Kohberger. We can't do any of that because they kept no records, produced no records, and did this all behind closed doors, and it was withheld from the magistrate. Had the judge heard about that, signing probable cause, that would have been really important to understand. We don't know this name. We heard it for the first time now, and we only know it because we violated our own policy to find that. That may have given the judge caution. It may have made the judge wonder what else are they doing behind the scenes. But that was withheld from the judge. That judge never got to know that. Let's talk about what the judge did get to know with that in mind, and that's a really important backdrop. These affidavits are a group effort. I think the court's heard a little bit about that, and if the court has some of the initial exhibits, the court will know, and I'm at D2. The court will know that this was a group effort. The FBI, the same FBI.
Ha ha ha, Donnie. That's funny because in the Idaho 4 case, when WSU mom Kim was large and in charge on the YouTube.
Oh, God.
Dolphin and Firefly, another friend of ours, we were like, we can have a drinking game. Every time Kim says, I'm a mom, take a shot.
Mm-hmm.
And by the end of the stream, you'll be on the floor.
Totally.
So awesome.
Guy that went behind and violated their own policy to try to identify somebody. They were co-located with Moscow Police Department and working on these affidavits to present to the judge. The first warrant that gets anything related to Mr. Kohberger is, I refer to it as AT&T 1. It's on 12/23/22, and it's for 48 hours worth of records of Mr. Kohberger. And I want to go through that warrant with the court having in mind that the IGG was purposefully and intentionally withheld from the magistrate. And I want to talk about some of the other problems with that warrant. This probable cause affidavit talks about an interview they had where the person that was interviewed said that she heard things and saw things within her house. But what is written in the probable cause affidavit is seriously lacking in detail. It's wrong and it's false in many places. The way the affidavit reads, it says, this person stated she went to sleep on the second floor. She was awoken at 4 by what she stated sounded like one of the victims playing with the dog, which was on the 3rd floor. A short time later, she thought she heard one of the victims say something. That caveat, she thought she heard, is a problem. That's not at all what was said. This person was interviewed shortly after 911 was called in the afternoon of November 13th. 2022, and she was sure. I'm at Defendant's Exhibit 8A, sure that she heard this particular victim go up the stairs, and then come running back down the stairs. That is not what's contained in this affidavit at all. That is repeated during this same interview a couple of different times at page 287. It's also repeated in a subsequent interview that same day. This is Defendant's Exhibit 8B. That's at page 313, and again at 320. And I've got one more of these where this is repeated. It's repeated again in D8C as well. That is important because that's misleading to the judge. That waters down what was said, and that matters in the probable cause affidavit, because the officers, when they wrote this, knew that wasn't the case. They knew this particular person that DM said was upright and running down the stairs, that's not what happened. That person was killed in the bed and never left the bed. And so
See, how does she know? How do they know when she saw? I mean, you see what I'm saying? Didn't she just say she saw the person running up, or so that they were upright and running stairs when they were actually upstairs dead? What, Ann? What, Dylan? Okay.
So the officers water that down because they know that fact is wrong, but they don't tell the magistrate that. They also don't tell the magistrate that this witness has claimed memory problems, that this witness has claimed that she's not sure what she heard or saw was real, or whether it was at a dream, and that is contained in Defendant's 8C, and that's going to be beginning at page 396, 398, 399, 403. There's further statements from that witness in that police interview that said that she had too much to drink and couldn't remember. None of that is given to the magistrate. That is information that's withheld. That's credibility of the person telling law enforcement these things, and the magistrate had a right to know that whatever is laid out in here isn't exactly the way it was. That person had credibility issues, and she said things that were just absolutely untrue and couldn't have been true. Law enforcement knew that. That was intentionally withheld from the magistrate. That matters when we're talking about credibility and sets this whole thing into motion. The next part of the affidavit talks about what they have determined to be suspect vehicle number 1, and it trails a path of pieced together cameras. But what they don't tell the magistrate is that the camera near the residence, the 1112 King Road camera near 1122 King Road, you can't tell what kind of car it is. They don't tell the magistrate that that's an impossible car. Their expert can't make an identification off that. They don't tell the magistrate that this is pieced together from various other videos throughout the area. That's withheld from the magistrate. That's important information when you tell a magistrate, we found this car doing this thing, and we know what it is that's around this particular area.
Okay, but they lay it out in the PCA where the cameras see the car. And if you look at the Stefan Stearns case and the docs that we have in that case, they have that car traveling through the entire town with Maddie. We see everything it's doing and everywhere it's going. She's got that information as well. So that is how they get. I mean, are they supposed to single out one particular camera? But they name multiple cameras in the PCA where they see this car. Yeah.
The next issue is the year of the car. Law enforcement works with the FBI to determine the year of the car, and the FBI provides some possibilities after numerous submissions to them, and the court knows this and can read about this. This is going to be in, I believe, D10. That's in D9. And finally, after several submissions, that's when the FBI IML says, I can make a car identification. The issue with that's not disclosed to the magistrate is that car appears one time on one video and not any of the others that they try to say are the path. It's not, let me see if I can say this right. It's not following a consistent trail where the one camera that can identify the car where it appears again. It appears one time, and then what law enforcement did was they took several videos from all over the area and said, well, it's the same car, and we have an identification. That's not all. The identification was most comfortably from that FBI agent to be a 2011 to 2013 Elantra. And that's what law enforcement relied on. The court sued by Moscow Police Department where they look for a 2011 to 13 Hyundai Elantra. And that's what they're looking for. And they don't tell the magistrate that's what they're looking for. They mislead the magistrate and let the magistrate believe that they have a clear view of this car making this loop. And that's just not what happened. It's pieced together and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Law enforcement in their affidavits talked about this dog barking, and they key some time, and they say this is when something was happening inside this house. We can hear this dog barking, and they use the videotape to get a time off that, the surveillance tape from the neighborhood, the 1112 King. And so they've got this time, but they also have this video, this trail that they've picked out a time that something probably happened here, and they don't tell the magistrate that this dog that's barking continues on long after the car they're interested in has left the area and then abruptly stops. Your Honor, the dog was found the next day inside the house in a bedroom with an open door where the other bedrooms that contained people that died, their bedroom doors were open, and this dog had not tracked any blood around the dog, had no blood on it whatsoever, but it was just sitting in an open room a day later. The magistrate is not informed about that either.
Pause right there for a second, can you?
Then the
Gotcha.
I really wish this woman hadn't said that, because she has just muddied the waters. Ever since she said that, people are like, oh, what? Doors are open? You know, I mean, like, of course the doors weren't open.
Right.
Where is she getting this from?
By the time law enforcement got in there, and did somebody open the door? Did some things that happened? Did the door get open to Kaylee's room? There sits Murphy, and the door got left open. When did the door get opened? If it was open, right?
Yeah.
Just like her saying Dylan saw somebody who was apparently deceased go up and down the stairs. She's going after Dylan's credibility. We all know Dylan was a little wasted that night. And am I dreaming? Am I hearing? Is it real? Is it not? Is it Memorex? You know?
I mean, Murphy was a puppy. He wasn't even a year old.
Right. We've talked about that, and I've talked to the community about that, because Dolphin and I have had so many deep dive conversations about the different things, and that dog has been one of our, because we both have dogs, and we know dog mentality. So, yeah, I agree with you, Dolphin.
I can't even get up to sneeze without this one following me, you know?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and I just spent a month at my dad's house with his new golden doodle, who is almost the exact same size and age of Murphy. And it took her 2 weeks to get used to me. She would sit at the other end of the yard and just bark at me because I was stranger danger. Like, she would bark and bark and bark at stranger danger. So obviously they all have personalities that are different, but golden doodles do have a type.
Well, here's the thing, though, too. Does she really expect people to believe that the doors were open in this house all night long, right? Until the next afternoon. This dog heard everything that went on in that house. This dog smelled everything that was going on in, that happened in that house, or that was there in that house. So does she really expect people to believe for 8 hours that this dog sat a few feet across the hall from a room with an open door, and her owner and Maddie were like in that bed
and never went to check
go
on
in
him?
there? Yeah.
Yep. That's what I said. Even if he was afraid, or not a barker, or once the danger was gone, he would have absolutely, he would have absolutely went in there to check on Kaylee. And because he loved Maddie as much, he would have been all up on the two of them. So
Kaylee slept with him, right? Like, he slept with Kaylee all the time. I'm telling you, my dog, if I don't know, for some reason, like, go somewhere, like to a bedroom, and, I'm watching something and I fall asleep and she can't get in. Oh my God, she is whining, and, now she's 4, but I mean, it's been that way the whole time.
Tracks because after that 2 weeks period of time, when she finally got to know me and she accepted me, she would always be at the door of my room where I was at, scratching on it. And if I didn't close it all the way, like if the doorknob didn't latch all the way, she would push it open and she would be there in my lap, wanting treats and wanting attention, like every single time. And my dad said even after I left, she was still trying to get in that room where I was staying when I was staying with him.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So now
Yep.
you say, oh, doors are open. So, but yet this
Yeah,
dog
no.
managed to,
N-
I don't know,
no,
calmly walk in and not get a drop of
no,
anything on him?
no.
Right. There's
Or
something
is she trying to
missing
say
there.
that maybe somebody cleaned the dog up?
Yeah, I mean, what are you saying, Anne? Exactly. And we have heard, Jeff, the dog crate thing. You know, people have speculated, well, Murphy could have been in a crate, but I don't know why Kaylee would crate him. She'd already
No.
walked him. Yeah.
Christy said, remember when she talked about stuff that was in Kaylee's car? She said
Yep.
her purse and she said the crate was in the
crate.
car, right?
Mhm.
Both of those were in the car.
They were both
In
still in
one
the car.
interview. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll continue this now. If you guys have any questions or comments, let me know.
Then the police department goes through maneuvers to tell the magistrate that they did this investigation. They talk about a traffic stop, 2 traffic stops actually, and there's no connector in there. This is where the lack of the IGG becomes really important. If you know about the IGG, you know why that would be built. Otherwise, 2 random traffic stops months ago doesn't add up to be an investigation. But those are put in there to try to bolster up this investigation and say it was something that it wasn't. Probably the worst part of that is relying on, after the BOLO went out for 2011 to 13 Elantra, then WSU, Washington State University officers find cars. They find one that's registered to Brian Koberger, parked at the apartments he lived in, but it was a 2015 Elantra, and so they don't really do much with it. But that is placed in the affidavit like it was an investigative fact, and it wasn't. It was on the 20th of December when the lead detective, got a hold of WSU police and found out about that and said, oh, hey, you called this in. He didn't know about that before, but there's no context around that. That's just stacked in there like it creates probable cause when it doesn't. You know that's the case when you look at a couple of our exhibits. One is prior testimony from that same detective, and if you look at the messaging between the detective and the WSU police officer about the timing of that. So it's based on this false investigation trail, and it's based on statements that are completely out of context from somebody that they interviewed that are incorrect statements when you take the totality of the circumstances together, and statements that this person disclaimed a couple of days later because she wasn't sure what she remembered was real, and give that to the judge. If you add in the missing piece of IGG and what happened with that, and as a judge, you know you've got law enforcement willing to violate their own policy, and you know that you're not being told the full story about what a witness is saying, and you're being led down this path to say there's a real investigation when there wasn't a real investigation, you don't find probable cause on that.
If I find that the IGG was not unconstitutionally obtained, doesn't it just add to the probable cause?
No.
If it were to have been disclosed, it would have simply created more basis to suspect Koberger.
Your Honor, if it had been disclosed, think about how that would read. We used a process to make an identification. This is a new technology. This is called investigative genetic genealogy, and we identified somebody. We did not keep any of our documentation because even though Department of Justice policy says we need to, we decided not to. Even though it says we can't go into certain databases, we really wanted to figure out who this was, so we just ignored that policy altogether. I don't know how a judge could find that credible. You don't even know how that happened. There is a great big question mark about how that happened. To Your Honor's point, you should find it unconstitutional. If you don't find it unconstitutional, it's a separate analysis. I appreciated being able to talk to the witness about that today, but it's a completely separate analysis. You're looking at integrity. You're looking at what a court can rely on to sign off on an affidavit or a search warrant. If an affidavit is presented to a judge and you know that the rules don't matter, that terms of use of a database don't matter, and that you're going to hide what you do, and that doesn't matter either, there's not a lot to rely on. If law enforcement came to the magistrate and said, we want to go search this house over here, and they said, we really think there's going to be evidence of a crime in there because we've got this confidential informant, and this confidential informant has provided a lead, but we need to tell you that we don't have real reason to trust this confidential informant because they won't tell us how they know that. They gave us a picture, but they won't tell us where they metadata. They won't tell us anything about that. And by the way, the confidential informant maybe has some integrity issues. A judge is not going to sign off on that. Then if you say, but to support that, I built this false look at a whole investigation here. I'm going to tell you these other things that I know that I had no idea about before my confidential informant was here. And these things don't add up anyway. There is not, in my view, a judge that's going to find probable cause because somebody got stopped by law enforcement. I think it was a seatbelt ticket months before.
The purpose of the submission of that was simply to identify the car that he drove and the fact it didn't have a license plate on the front. It wasn't to suggest it's otherwise connected to the homicide, except to say this is a car of interest, and the defendant was found driving it.
Well, let's talk about that license plate for a second, though, because that's not something you can see from the videos. And that was testimony you heard today. You can't see that from the video that the cops relied on here. So that bit about the license plate, that's something a little bit extra that happened after we have this IGG stuff. That wasn't known before. There was no video collected from WSU before. There was no communication with the officers at WSU before. So before the identification through IGG.
I'm just not tracking why that matters. Go ahead.
It matters because this wasn't a real investigation. These are things that are put in there to make it look like an investigation happened, to say, don't look here at this big glaring thing that's missing, this whole piece about why we identified him. Don't look here. We don't want you to look here because this is ugly, this is dirty, and this isn't real. That's precisely why those things are placed in that PC affidavit like that. So based on that, the first warrant gets issued. It doesn't end there. This warrant is not good. There's too much missing information, false information, and information withheld from the magistrate here. But then the warrants just rely on one another. There are other things to add into later warrants as well. And so I want to go through some of those other things with you. I do want to comment on the affidavits being used by a variety of officers. I understand the collective knowledge doctrine, but that's not what is going on here. You have an affidavit that sometimes Moscow police attribute it to the person that really wrote it.
Content warning. The account Jeff is speaking of, if you do end up going and watch that account, take it all in with a grain of salt. That's all I'm going to say.
But quite often it's just the name taken off, and who claims to have done the work is whoever signed the bottom of it, and it can't be the same. So it's not quite the same thing, and that matters as well. But let's talk about the second warrant. The second warrant is also AT&T. The first one comes in, and an hour later, they say they have all this data analyzed, and they say they now need 6 months worth of phone records for Brian Kohberger's phone. They do acknowledge that his phone wasn't contained within the geofence when they looked at the geofence. But the second warrant is important, and we're going to talk about minutes difference of time.
His phone wouldn't be in that geofence warrant if it was turned off for those 2 hours geofencing around the home. Because you got to get into your parameters. You can't just geofence the whole entire town. Well, you could, but you put in your parameters. So they did a certain parameter around the home, and his car or his phone didn't show up in that geofence warrant, but we also know the phone was offline somehow for 2 hours. So
Yeah, not that 8458, but what about his second phone?
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
In the first AT&T warrant, WSU cameras, because they start looking at WSU cameras after the IGG identification, they find a white car that they say is an Elantra at 242. So they get the phone records, and then it becomes 2:44 that they say Mr. Koberger's leaving his residence, 2:44 a.m. And the place near Bishop Boulevard where one could turn to go to Moscow at 2:42 is inconsistent with 2:44, but they don't correct that.
Jeff.
They don't correct that. They don't say that vehicle at 2:42 cannot have been the right white Elantra running around that night, because we now know it was at 2:44 a.m. They want to keep that in there because they want the car positioned like it's going to be going to Moscow. And that is really important with the misleading of the magistrate. When you look at 1A, that's the map we looked at earlier today, where there's the whole loop around, but there's a blue line as if pointing the car towards Moscow, and that's not what happened. They then report the phone stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m., and that's not right. We submitted their cell experts report that say the phone stops reporting at 2:54 a.m. We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right. Don't get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here. We're talking about ground that can be covered in a vehicle in a short time. We're talking about 2 towns that are fairly close together. And so the way a car points when they go off a network matters a whole lot in this circumstance. That's not corrected in any of the affidavits. That's the part that's really exculpatory to Mr. Koberger.
A car pointing in the wrong direction and on purpose until he turns the phone off, then he can turn around and go back the other direction. Because I'm a really smart fucker. Huh, am I as smart as Koberger? Oh shit.
Is what direction, when the phone stops reporting to the network, what direction is the car traveling? And you can know that based on the cell towers, the handoffs from tower to tower as it tracks where a phone's going. The FBI knows how to do this. They chose not to do this. They chose to take a time 7 minutes before it really stopped reporting, and they chose to make a map that showed a direction that that phone wasn't traveling in to create a false narrative for the magistrate to rely on to find probable cause. Your Honor, I draw the court's attention to D7 and 8. Those are the affidavits from the defense experts. Their CVs are in D28. Once the second AT&T warrant comes, then you end up with warrants for Mr. Koberger's arrest. You end up with warrants for DNA samples to be taken, warrants for the search of his apartment, the search of his car, the search of his parents' house. Those are the warrants that are next implied in that. Here, what's added to that set of affidavits is the paragraph that talks about Mr. Koberger's phone using a tower that provides service to 1122 King on.
Okay, I just want to address this for a second. No. I know there's been talk about Twilio accounts and the DoorDash driver and the Brian Koberger aspect and all that. I don't know if your question's going to go toward because Twilio can be used for a lot of different things. DoorDash use Twilio, but here's the thing. As a DoorDash driver, I have no clue what that Twilio number is. No way to manipulate it, no way to manipulate the system. And what it does, and I know I speculated about this. So a customer calls me, I'm out there trying to find your house, whatever, or they want me to do something extra or whatever. They call me. It's not going to show me their phone number. It's going to show me DoorDash is calling me. But when I answer, it's my customer. If I need to call my customer, they're not going to see my number. They're going to see your DoorDash driver calling. And that is handled through the third party Twilio. And so I don't know if any of that information is even accurate or true. I don't even think there's any warrants for Twilio. So, yeah.
A number of occasions, the PC affidavit says 12. Your Honor needs to take a look at, I believe it is D1B and C. That's an email from Nicholas Balance, and he's talking to the detective in Moscow about the dates that he says this thing happens. And then he puts those dates in his cast draft report and in his cast final report, and they don't match up. There are different dates on those, different times on those. But the really big deal about that is that it's misleading when you say the cell towers that service the town, those cover places that one shops, places that one eats, places that one gets gas.
Okay, she just said 2 cell towers. Ashley turned around a little bit later and said there were 3, and that's when the judge interrupted her and said, "Don't make me give them a Franks hearing."
Yeah, I noticed that.
Right. So
that,
I mean,
did I hear
that's,
that right? Okay.
but that's got to be specifically defined. Either there are 2, or there are 3, or there were 2 back then, or 3 back then. I mean, it can't be arguable. Like,
and Dolphin, back in the day when we're doing deep dives, didn't we look at various maps about cell towers coverage in that damn town?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So
I
that's
think
going to be.
Ashley's right though, because I think we did see 3.
I think Ashley's correct as well.
In Moscow, from the records, you can see handoffs, and so you know where a vehicle is going. You can know whether it's stationary or not. You can know whether it's parked, looking at a particular place or not. Based on those records, we also provided the records just so the court would know there's a volume of records. I don't expect the court to decipher those records. But based on those records,
I have a question.
I was getting there, Joe. My hands.
I'm raising my hand.
You're good. Go ahead.
How can you tell from cell phone records what direction the vehicle is facing? You can't. Because number one, sometimes the phone shows you pointing in a different direction than the actual phone is pointing. And number two, sometimes your phone isn't pointing in the same direction as the vehicle is pointing.
Yeah.
So is this just a flawed argument on its face? Like she's just throwing stuff against the wall?
Another one, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what she's been doing. And now you have to also remember them cell towers, how they fork out and do their
right. Sure, I get that.
triation or whatever. So
Right.
I don't know if it'll be a triation argument she tries to pull up later, but yeah, she's throwing everything she can get her
Yeah,
hands on it.
I get the triangulation thing. Your phone is somewhere within 15 meters of this triangulated position, but you can't tell me that the phone triangulation can tell you which way the vehicle was facing. That's crap. No.
Yeah.
No.
Absolutely knew that Mr. Koberger wasn't around that residence, wasn't parked near the residence, didn't stop and have his phone in a stationary position at that residence. They absolutely knew that that's not what was happening, but they put it in there to make a connection that didn't exist. They put it in there so that the judge would think that this was the right person, and they shouldn't have done that. They knew that was incorrect. They also changed that quite a bit, performed a drive testing, and so there were other bits of data that kept coming in so that they would know that was untrue. Now, for a magistrate to be relying, remember, on somebody who's a witness, somebody who's been interviewed 4 or 5 times, and continually says something that's absolutely impossible, has memory problems, and the judge never knows that, and we'll keep the IGG identification off to the side, but then you have this false narrative that looks like stalking, that looks like following, and it's not true. That is extremely damaging. It's very misleading. It's an outright lie to the magistrate. When you omit that kind of information, when you take that context out, you might as well say stalking because that's what you're trying to say, and you know that's not true. This court can rely on our proffer in D1B and in the cast draft report and in the cast final report because those dates change. The court can rely on the evidence that will be produced at a hearing from defense experts that will talk about the handoffs, the patterns of handoffs, and how misleading that paragraph was to the magistrate. The real story is exculpatory to Mr. Koberger. He was not stationary around that house. He was never at that house. He did go to Moscow. He did drive around, but he wasn't over there. And the phone records absolutely show that.
Now, how many of you took that to mean that particular night he did go to Moscow, he did drive around, but he wasn't over there?
Let me rewind it. Let me hear that again because,
Okay.
yeah.
Hit my what button? I don't want to mess this
Your
up.
left arrow. Like if you're on your YouTube window, just like left arrow, just tap it. Keep tapping it.
Oh, I'm
Take
not
you
in the
back like 5
StreamYard.
seconds at a time.
No, I don't want that. Hang on, guys.
And we'll keep the IgG identification off to the side. But then you have this false narrative that looks like stalking, that looks like following, and it's not true. That is extremely damaging. It's very misleading. It's an outright lie to the magistrate. When you omit that kind of information, when you take that context out, you might as well say stalking because that's what you're trying to say, and you know that's not true. This court can rely on our proffer in D1B and in the CAST draft report and in the CAST final report because those dates change. The court can rely on the evidence that will be produced at a hearing from defense experts that will talk about the handoffs, the patterns of handoffs, and how misleading that paragraph was to the magistrate. The real story is exculpatory to Mr. Koberger. He was not stationary around that house. He was never at that house. He did go to Moscow. He did drive around, but he wasn't over there. And the phone records absolutely show that.
Okay, that sounds like the night.
Go ahead. What was that now?
That does sound like that night.
Doesn't it?
Because she says the CAST data, the CAST final report, or whatever. She said he wasn't stationary. Isn't that what she said? He wasn't stationary, or whatever. Blah blah blah. And she said, yeah, she said he wasn't stationary at that house. He did go to Moscow, though.
Yes, he did.
But he wasn't in that area. Isn't that what she just said?
Yep. He was Gal, and he was driving around, but not over there. Not over there.
So what happened to Wawa Way Park?
Exactly. And there was a couple of channels saying that we're misunderstanding what she's saying.
Yeah, like what Donnie just said. She just basically told us that the CAST will put him in Moscow.
Exactly. But there are people out there saying that she was saying he's been to Moscow before, but it wasn't that day. Like, no, that's not what I just heard.
No, she's right before that. She was talking in terms of what they put in the report, that they, that she was talking about the stalking or whatever, but no, nothing was stalking.
Okay, so y'all been here since the beginning of this case, and I haven't. So did she previously say something that is the exact opposite of that he was nowhere near Moscow that
Yes.
night?
Yes.
She said he didn't, when he left his apartment, he didn't even drive that way. He didn't go east, he went west. And yeah, they finally, after, a lot of, harassment from the state for him to turn over his alibi and everything, they finally said, oh, my client likes to drive. He's in the habit of taking long drives at night and blah, 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 whatever, So they came up with this BS about, his night driving. And did she say stargazing? I think she did.
Stargazing and night driving because he liked to look at the moon and the stars.
That's right. And coincidentally, when they came up with that, that was right after we had like a lunar eclipse or whatever, like literally like a few days, a week or something. We had just had some major eclipse here. And then she came up with this.
The moon will make people do crazy things.
And it happened, the location happened to be this park that doesn't have good cell service. But he might have photos that will place him, show that he likes to go to this park.
Yeah.
Have you seen the pictures that people have created with AI or whatever you want to call it, where he's like standing there looking very nobly at the stars?
Oh yeah.
Like it's a picture of him with the starlit sky in the background. Come on, people. Come on.
I've seen it. I thought it was funny. And
Yes.
I got one that wasn't one I created. It's an actual mug shot. I didn't mean to. I was messing around on Canva and I was going to use the picture in a thumbnail, but I accidentally zoomed in on it and it just zoomed in on those eyes. And I was like, That would have been a really good thumbnail. People would have been like, oh, look, she's looking at his eyes, his eyes, his eyes. Well, y'all watch body language all the time. I can look into somebody's eyes and see a lot more than you can in that body language. Sorry, I'm an eye looker.
No, you're right. Donnie, that is a great point. It was a cloudy night, so I wasn't there.
Yes.
I don't know,
Yes.
but there are records. There are
Okay.
weather records, just like there were in Delphi
We
for the
looked
Deer
at them.
Creek.
We've looked at
The
them.
Deer,
It was overcast. Like you couldn't have seen anything. But
just
Nothing.
like Deer Creek was flooded that day on February 13th, 2017. How did a guy with heart problems who had had some beers and smoked cigarettes get two teenage girls who were about his size across the flooded creek that was spilling out 17 tons of water per second? I mean, yeah, there are records to check. That's a great point.
Well, we've checked them, and it was a cloudy night. And Ann said in the alibi statement, which we do have, that he enjoyed riding around to look at the moon and the stars, going to Wawa Wee Park, getting out and stargazing. But as the weather began to cool down and classes picked back up, he took to driving around instead. That's what was said. He wasn't stargazing that particular night. She doesn't even say that.
Okay.
Yeah. We're gonna get to that alibi statement eventually.
We'll move forward to the set of
Maybe not today, but we will.
warrants that come a little bit later in February, March, April. I'm talking about Amazon, Google, Apple, those kinds of warrants that come later. Here's what is left out of all of those warrants. The fact that
Yeah, Z, I have read every document. Dolphin has read these documents. Joe's reading them. She did say, like I just said, he did like to go stargaze, but as the weather changed, he started driving around because, he combated that insomnia. But I promise you, I read the court documents, and that's where I'm basing all my facts and discussions out of.
Mr. Koberger gets arrested, his apartment gets searched, his car gets searched, his car gets searched again, and his car gets searched again, and there's absolutely no connection between him and anybody from 1122 King. And what I mean by that is that there's no blood in his car, there's no he wasn't connected to that house, to the people in the house. Your Honor, I'm
Maybe I'm thinking of a different date for the AT&T. I thought, not the cell tower stuff. So you're still talking about the cell tower warrants that were obtained after the arrest?
I did.
Yeah, and by the time of the arrest, they had a direct DNA connection.
Your Honor, what I'm talking about.
Some other evidence that the defense can claim in cross-examination or their own case is exculpatory, but isn't the DNA connection in and of itself probable cause to support any of it from there?
Your Honor, the DNA I'm talking about is the lack of DNA in Mr. Koberger's car and the lack of DNA in his apartment, the lack of connection to the individuals.
What is that? Even if disclosed, preclude a finding of probable cause when there's a DNA match between the DNA in the sheath and Mr. Koberger. Isn't that probable cause every day and twice on Sunday?
Not in this context. Not in this context because of the IGG work, because
she's struggling
that's
to
the
find
ultimate
words.
question that will be before a jury. What does that mean, right? What does a knife sheath at a scene mean? That's going to be the ultimate question.
Killed by a knife, it probably means a lot.
Judges said every day and twice on Sunday.
Cause is not a.
Yeah, and it probably means a lot. I mean, it probably means a lot, Ann.
Yeah, they have a little different relationship than she had with Judge.
Proof beyond a reasonable doubt standard. There's probable cause to think that this person might have done it. And I'm not sure how that direct DNA connection to a sheath found on or near one of the victims doesn't close the book on anything on probable cause after that.
Well, I think it doesn't close the door on probable cause. I think when you know the other factual information that the magistrate should have known, I think that their information withheld from the magistrate, and I'm talking about, let's just go with the car. Let's just go with.
I understand the lack of evidence of DNA material or other victim-related material in the car and in his apartment, as asserted, but I'm not sure how that precludes probable cause when there's a direct DNA match. There's plenty of reasons that.
She's not really wanting, she's trying to avoid making the DNA the main side of it, right? That everything else was bad, so that stuff, right, the DNA don't matter. But that's not how it's working, Ann.
Might be the case. And when a magistrate's looking at this, they have a direct DNA match to a person from a object likely associated with a murder weapon. I've not yet a magistrate would not find that probable cause.
If the magistrate had the other facts, I think the magistrate would have some serious concerns and would not find probable cause. Your Honor, the vehicle, and I know the court knows what I'm going to say. This absolutely matters, Your Honor. If you want to go to the state
that was brought out from a crime scene, so I'm sure they got his own DNA out of the car, and if he cleaned it well enough, they may not have got any of Dad's out, but they got some DNA out of it. But was it any victims? Doubtful.
It's theory, right, with their videos that they've talked about, that they told the magistrate about, that this is the video, this is what matters. It parks at this certain time, it leaves at this certain time. If you want to go to that, there's about 13 minutes of time, right? 13 minutes between the last time you see the car and the next time you see the car on the video. And if you end up with a car that's searched, and I mean searched and taken apart, the brake is taken apart, the gear shift is taken apart, the key fob is checked, there's no blood on any of that, none. The steering wheel, there's some kind of spray all over the interior of the car to check for it. There's no blood. I think that there's context that the magistrate should have known that's absolutely exculpatory to Mr. Kohberger, and it matters a whole lot.
I'm not saying it's not potentially exculpatory. I'm just saying I'm not sure how knowing that in light of a positive DNA connection would cause any magistrate to say, well, okay, I guess there's no probable cause here because you couldn't find other connection to forensic evidence when there are other things in the.
So if I go and, do the deed and say I leave my DNA all over the crime scene, it don't matter. That's what she's saying. Like, the judge is like, no, lady, that's such an argument.
If your DNA is found at the crime scene, but the victim's DNA is not found in your car, then that's exculpatory. It's a bit of a stretch.
Well, yeah, and let's not forget he had 6 weeks, and they see him cleaning that car thoroughly again in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but we
know, a long road trip.
But we know, following Forensic Files and all of those shows, that DNA is really, really hard to completely remove from the inside of a vehicle. But if he was wearing some type of a bodysuit and he put it in a trash bag and dumped it off on the side of the road somewhere on his way back to Pullman, I mean, who knows how he protected the inside of his car. But
I don't think I'd have much protection.
That was a bloody crime scene. That was a bloody and violent crime scene. Or the inside of it.
Now, Dolphin and I have deep dove. What all can you do
most of the time
to protect yourself and your car?
When you're the perpetrator of one single violent crime like that, that's with somebody that is stabbed and slashed multiple times to be unalived, just one person, you usually end up with some type of wounds on your own body, let alone 4 of them.
Yeah, sometimes. I'm going to have to do a members only deep dive one night of some things this guy could have done. It will blow your minds what you can do to protect yourself. Like I've said before, there's a whole line of clothing you can order that looks like a normal shirt but will protect you from being stabbed and cut. There's particular special gloves you can wear. So there's also peel away car covers, seat covers, things of that nature we looked into.
Right. But the brake pedal, the clutch pedal.
There's amazing stuff. I don't want to give out ideas, but there's just a lot out there that can be done. So how much DNA was actually transferred into the car, especially if there was a suit kill kit type thing going on. If he unclothed quickly, this is all speculation, people. If you unclothe quickly out of your suit right there in that kitchen and you shove everything right into a little small backpack and you toss that into your trunk that is lined with something, how much evidence is actually going to be in that car? Are you going to be the idiot that runs out there and jumps in with blood splatter all over you to take a long ride home?
Yeah, don't forget he had 6 weeks to clean that car.
And 6 weeks to clean it.
You know what, too? I was thinking of, I'm sorry, hold on, let me just say this really quick. I was thinking of something else, too. When I was listening to this the first time, the fact that there was nothing in the car, they said there's no DNA in the car, but that doesn't mean that there wasn't, like, maybe there's no usable DNA in the car. Like,
right.
You know, it could have been destroyed. And I was thinking, I've been using a steamer around the house a lot lately, you know, in cleaning. And I was like, does steam destroy DNA? And I found some article and whatnot, and it does,
Okay.
you know, like degrade it and whatnot. So like I
Right.
said, 6 weeks, his background, whatnot,
Background.
because I know she made a point a long time ago of saying, oh, you know, no presence of, you know, there's no explanation for the lack of, evidence found in his car or whatever. So it's like, okay, great. That means no presence of chemicals, blah, blah, blah. But I was like, what if he did, you know, like he steamed the hell out of his car or something, you know? Or
Right.
whatever.
And like you said, with his background, he knows about things that degrades DNA way more than we're going to know. And they did take a shop vac from the Pennsylvania search from the parents' home. Now and I do believe it was stated they saw him cleaning his car. So if he used that shop vac on that car, they took it. Absolutely. They take vacuum cleaners out of homes when they search
He took
homes.
one out of his apartment too.
Yeah, they did. They certainly did. So anything that was inside of those can also be recovered if there was anything to them.
Yeah. Well, I have two thoughts about that. Number one, it's the Moscow Police Department, and they are not that experienced in forensic investigation. So they may not have done as thorough a job in his car, as like LAPD, New York PD, Chicago PD. Like the bigger police departments have more experienced crime scene forensic investigators.
No. They took
But
this
hold on,
car
the
apart.
FBI, the FBI was involved.
The FBI did?
Idaho
Oh, wow.
State
Oh,
Police
yeah.
was involved.
They had to take the car. They had to take the car from Pennsylvania back to Idaho to the state lab, right? And the FBI was in on this. They literally took that car apart. Like she just said, the key fob was even checked. They took the brake pedals off. They took the gear shifter. I mean, they took the door pan. They took this car to town. They weren't going to leave any stone unturned to try to find evidence.
And they didn't find any. So if I'm Ann,
that we know of,
I'm leveraging that argument, which she is.
Yeah.
But my other thought on this is just a gut instinct thing. If he is the one that did it, he was trying to commit the perfect crime, and he absolutely steam cleaned his car or did whatever it took to get rid of the DNA in his car.
If Kohberger's your guy, he absolutely did everything almost perfect. The only thing he made a mistake on was leaving that sheath behind. And I think that was a total the moment it got left and didn't even realize it until it was too late. If he hadn't have left the sheath, would we be sitting here with this man sitting in a courtroom right now? Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not. And Nina, when I spoke about that, what I meant was let me clearly state what I meant. We know that in Delphi case, once Libby was injured, she stood up and grabbed her throat, according to what we've heard. So I wondered if Maddie was sound asleep. We know that Maddie's wounds and Kaylee's were very, very different, even though they were in the same room, same bed. If Maddie was first and she was asleep, if he slit her content warning in the throat. What if, and just, she sat up for a moment and grabbed her neck and then fell back onto the bed, falling back onto the sheath. And then he didn't even notice that's how the sheath was forgotten and found under her. Because no one's like, how did it get under her? In my mind, I'm trying to think what could have happened. If did she not go instantly? So did she, natural reaction, sit up for a split second, grab her throat, fall back, and land on the sheath? I don't know. That's just a speculation theory I have.
The affidavits at that point that could explain that, including the use of covering clothing and covering gloves and all that could be put into a bag real quick on the way out. That was in one of the affidavits. I guess, and I don't intend to argue with you about it. I understand your other arguments, but when you get to once they have the actual DNA, evidentiary DNA, it seems to me that it's an uphill battle to say there's not probable cause at that point.
Well, Your Honor should never get to that question, but I'm going to answer it for you. But you should never get to that question because you should have already found that AT&T wanted.
Yeah, they weren't asleep at first, but once they stopped calling and texting Jack D, the girls' phones didn't have any more communication on them, and it is believed that they did end up laying down and go to sleep. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Dolphin.
And AT&T too were terrible, and there's no probable cause for those, and they just build on each other. So you should find that the very first one lacked probable cause, and then everything else does as well. But let me answer your question there. If the magistrate judge had been told there's unknown male B in blood in the house attached to the handrail, that might have made more of a difference to her. Maybe a sheath that can be carried to the house and blood in the house that's not the same, maybe that matters. And then maybe the car being completely empty of any blood DNA connection, maybe that matters a little bit more.
Well, I'm just not sure why it matters for probable cause, but I think we're talking over each other, so I'll let you just go on.
Okay. I don't think probable cause is in a vacuum. I think probable cause isn't one thing. I hope it's not one thing. I hope there has to be a little bit more than one thing, especially when you've got another thing that's the same as the one thing.
Well, I said I wouldn't do this, but I'm going to do it anyway, because you brought up blood DNA of an unknown individual that was found, I think, on the handrail.
Yes.
Doesn't that necessarily not exclude Mr. Koberg? What it may do is suggest there might be a potential other person in addition involved if you assume that that blood was related to the victims and not some earlier event in the house.
What the court is saying is exactly why the magistrate needed to know that. Is there another explanation here? I've got this sheath, but there are all these other things that if I know about them, matter. What's the other explanation? What's going on with this investigation? What's happening here? That's exactly the point, Your Honor. What other explanation is there? The magistrate wasn't given a chance to ask that. She wasn't given a chance to ask that when she wasn't told about unknown male B, blood on the handrail. She wasn't given a chance to ask about that when she wasn't told about unknown male D, blood on a glove right outside the residence. She wasn't given a car, and the court's question, good question, what does that mean? Could it mean there's more than one person? The answer to that is, or it could mean it's not Brian because his car's got nothing in it and there were only 13 minutes to do this. The magistrate didn't get to know that.
In fact, his DNA is still on the knife sheath, though. That's the problem, counsel, for probable cause purposes.
Oh, when you paused right there when she was talking about unknown male, B and then D, I thought you were going to say something.
I did too.
I was going to ask you what your opinion was on that because I suspected we had the same opinion.
Yeah, exactly. And also, let me point this out too, because you'll know. Remember when she first brought up months ago the 3 unknown DNAs? Now she's only down to talking about 2.
But there's a third one in the middle of it, though. Who's C?
Yeah, but she didn't even talk about that one this time. She talked about, yeah. So I don't know if she finally got satisfied with that one or if that one's no count. I don't know why that one's not been brought back up again, but we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I thought she was about to say something too, Dolphin.
If that's the only thing she's told, I can see why she'd find probable cause. It's these other things that are withheld that create a context around it. I think the purpose of Frank's is to ask this very question. This is a question. What do we want to do with our criminal justice system? Do we want to have one thing with no context around it when there's this other context that really matters?
Applying the Frank standard, which is even if you add that stuff, does that take away probable cause, counsel? And my problem is once you have a direct DNA tie to the defendant, for purposes of probable cause, this isn't for purposes of conviction, for purposes of probable cause, you have not explained to me why a reasonable magistrate, let alone any
Oops, Nina, did I call it a bloody handprint? Didn't mean to do that. I don't want to put out misinformation, guys. It was a source of DNA. We'll just call it that.
magistrate wouldn't find probable cause there, even
But I think they did say it was blood.
if they knew all those other facts. As to Mr. Koberger, now, there may be, as you say, other people that creates concern or issues about that need to be investigated further. But I'm not sure that that diminishes the probable cause as to Mr. Koberger if his DNA is found on a knife she found on or near the victim, who was stabbed with said alleged knife that would have been in said alleged sheath.
I like the way he just said that.
Mm-hmm.
I like that a lot. I like you, Judge Hippler. I may have to come to Ada County. Huh. Is that like a long drive for me? I'll have to look it up. I know it is.
Yeah, that's a bit of a haul.
Well, like that my kid totaled my car, I might have an issue, right? I don't think I'm going to Uber that far.
Oh no, you can fly. Come on.
No,
You can choose some
no.
Xanax.
Not happening.
How did that sheet get there?
Donnie
I
said
think when
probably
you ask
because
that question,
it's BK's
I
DNA.
think you can have DNA.
I'm sorry, what was that, Dolphin?
Oh, sorry. Donnie said probably because it was BK's DNA.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that they've got his DNA in any blood drop because that would definitely put him at the scene on the night of the murder.
Yeah. Yeah. And they haven't
Wait,
mentioned...
but I just saw
Go ahead.
something that he had a cheek swab done. He had a
He did.
When they
swab
arrested
done.
him. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when
Right.
they arrested him,
So
he
we're
had
talking
to
about
turn over-
pre-arrest now? Is that what this is about?
No.
Pre-arrest comparison?
What she's talking about is DNA at the crime scene. She was talking about the what was it? The glove, a glove that was
bead,
found
the
outside,
handrail.
and blood on the handrail. Yeah, on the banister.
Right,
And
but so she's trying to say that it's not admissible pre-arrest because he didn't have a cheek swab pre-arrest?
No. And who, Ann Taylor?
Yes.
That the blood on the handrail wasn't BK's.
Right. Okay.
So so she wants it to come in, right? Because it puts doubt,
Gotcha.
reasonable.
It's exculpatory.
Right.
On an object at a scene when you know about all of these other things and you don't find probable cause because there are more questions than there are answers, and all of a sudden this one thing doesn't look as big. It doesn't look as everything pointing to it when you have the context around it. The magistrate didn't have to have every detail of the case, but knowing how many attempts to find a DNA connection there were, and it didn't exist in Brian's car, in Brian's apartment, that there's no other DNA in there other than unknown male B that we know of for sure, and unknown male D outside. There is a lot of context there, and all of a sudden this one thing, the question of how is that there, is the question that the magistrate should have had. And then we come to all of the other things that we've talked about. We've come to what we relied on. One of the witnesses saying things that absolutely couldn't be true. One of the things that the witness who said these things that couldn't be true also admitted she didn't really know anything. You can't rely on that anymore, so you
Is
take
she
that
talking
out.
about said things that couldn't be true?
Oops. You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what was that, Joe?
Who is she talking about? A witness said things that couldn't be true. She said that twice in a row.
Dylan. She's talking about Dylan. Because
So
Dylan claimed...
she's going to try and impeach Dylan.
Yeah, that's what we said earlier. She's got Dylan's the only witness, and she's already trying that. She's going to discredit Dylan. Earlier, she was saying the witness claimed she saw a person upright, which a victim upright going down the stairs, which couldn't have been true because the victim was already dead. But how does Ann know that sequence of events?
All right.
So yeah, if you hear anything this, it's Dylan. That's the only witness other than data.
You know the identification to this sheath that maybe seems like it would be really good. You don't really even know how that happened, and you don't know how it got there. This isn't like DNA in blood on the wall from Mr. Kohberger. That's not there. That doesn't exist in this scene. You're talking about an item that the question of how should be, especially when you know about the other male DNA in the house, and especially when you know about the lack of DNA connections. There's also no connection between the people in the house and Mr. Kohberger based on their cell phones, based on social media accounts. There's just no connection. The magistrate wasn't aware of all of those factors when she was being asked to decide on probable cause. I don't think criminal justice means one piece of evidence out of the context of everything else is all you need. Context matters a whole lot.
Well, you're not suggesting the magistrate was told that there was DNA evidence found in Mr. Kohberger's car or in his apartment. The lack of inclusion also can be viewed as the implied of, they're obviously not telling me they found this when they would have if they did.
I'm not 100% sure I followed. I'm not sure.
Well, for Frank's purposes, you are implying, I think, necessarily that the police intentionally didn't tell the magistrate that they didn't find the lack of evidence in other places, the apartment, the car, etc. Right?
Yes, that's right.
They didn't tell the magistrate that there was evidence. This is a omission.
This is one of the omissions, yes. Yes, we have false statements and we have omissions both. It's not one thing in this case.
I was understanding completely.
Yeah, thank you for that. I wasn't following the question the court was asking.
Other words, Judge Hippler, I don't like the way you talk. I don't understand you. I understood Judge.
I think the other thing, I think I covered all on my proffer, Your Honor. Thank you. Sorry.
I think now, Mr. Mayor, we're going to address the IGG Franks issue, or is Ms. Jennings going to cover all of it?
Your Honor, I think I'm going to cover all of it.
All right, go ahead.
Good night.
I've been on since like 9 a.m. I'm okay to go for a little longer if you guys want to go a little bit longer, or this side of it as well, and finish out this one. We could certainly do that. But
I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with hearing more.
Okay.
Her main argument right now is that the probable cause affidavit should have included exculpatory evidence, despite the fact that it also included inculpatory evidence, and that's not the job of a probable cause affidavit. Like,
well, there's not a lot of exculpatory.
But she's arguing there is. She's arguing why didn't
She's arguing there is, but where is it?
Right.
You know, we've heard that the only exculpatory evidence would have been Bethany, some statements that she may have known, but that turned out to be a nothing burger, as they say in this case. And now we're trying to get the fruit of the poison tree. Throw everything out as my client. It's pretty damning, but it's not legal because you did this, this, and this to get it wrong way. I haven't seen, did the FBI go back doors and do things they probably shouldn't? Probably so. But that doesn't mean this guy didn't do it. That doesn't mean that, like I said, I see this case in Delphi so damn different.
Well,
so we'll let Ashley's presentation, but go ahead, Joe. I'm listening.
It's up to the jury. It's up to the jury to determine the weight of the inculpatory evidence versus the exculpatory evidence. And
but I don't know how much inculpatory she's going to have, honestly.
Right, but I'm just saying that's up to the jury. That's not up to the probable cause affidavit.
Oh, exactly. They need to put any of that really in there. We've all heard this big debate 2 years on what all needs to go into a PCA. Bob Motto will tell you, you don't got to put everything into it. Lawyer Lee will tell you. I listen to those two more than anybody. Lawyer, will tell you the same thing. You don't have to put all that into your PCA. You don't put all your evidence into the PCA. You just don't. You never do. And so people who hadn't, there were a lot of people who came into true crime because of this case who had never seen a PCA or read one, so had no clue the language, the wording, and why was this used, and why does it say suspect vehicle 1? What about 2, 3, and 4? Well, all these things. People who have never read actual court documents would read a document in this case and scream, "Oh my God, this doesn't make sense. Make it make sense." Well, give me a minute. Let's go look up that word in the dictionary and figure it out. That kind of thing has been going on in this case. But it's a big legal argument over what, this IGG stuff being used. If it hadn't been used to get back to their client in any kind of way, she wouldn't have a whole lot to stand on as far as trying to get her stuff suppressed. So we'll go into listening to what Ashley has to say. This is the assistant prosecutor, Ashley Jennings.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. As you're well aware, you have to make 2 separate inquiries for each of the claims that Ms. Taylor has brought before you. First, you have to decide today, has the defendant made a substantial, not just a preliminary showing, but a substantial preliminary showing that the affidavits, and in our case, we're referring to the Exhibit A's that were attached to each of the affidavits for probable cause, that they were the basis, which were the basis for multiple search warrant applications, that within those Exhibit A's, there were deliberate or recklessly false statements or omissions. This is a high burden, and this is a very high hurdle for them to jump over. Now, if you can answer yes to that, then and only then should we move on. And then ask the second question, does that even matter? Does that statement actually diminish the probable cause finding? It's only when the answer to both of those questions is yes, should you then even consider granting a Franks hearing. The motion for a Franks hearing is a serious allegation. The allegation is that law enforcement acted improperly, that they lied to the magistrate in order to secure the warrant. That's the standard. Franks is not implicated by just simple mistakes or misunderstandings about the evidence, or Scrivener's errors, or even just negligence. As the court is well aware, this is serious. The defendant is alleging law enforcement lied to secure the probable cause in this case. And the state submits the defendant has failed to back up this claim, and they failed because they can't. Law enforcement submitted probable cause affidavits to the magistrate based on the information they had available to them at the time that the various applications were made. That's how it's supposed to work, and that's how it worked. The defendant has alleged 13 separate areas where they say there's a Franks violation. I'm going to go through those so that I make sure that I get through each of them in the same order that the defendant addressed them in their motion and as the state addressed them in our response. And that starts with this idea of attacking Exhibit A. As the court knows, in Latah County, it's our practice, we submit an affidavit for probable cause. As I said, attached to that affidavit is what we call an Exhibit A. That Exhibit A is law enforcement officers' statements, laying out all the various facts known to them related to probable cause in order to support the issuance of a search warrant. In this case, Exhibit A, by the time we get to where we're challenging, was about 20 pages of facts for the magistrate to review. Essentially, the same Exhibit A was relied upon for the application of multiple warrants. This was a massive investigation. You heard testimony earlier today from Detective Payne. Multiple officers were involved in this investigation from multiple agencies. And they were doing briefings. For weeks at a time, they received 2 briefings a day with all the lead investigators in the same room receiving the same information. This information was then put into this Exhibit A were the basis of a probable cause affidavit for search warrants. A working document like this, with the most up-to-date information.
Y'all let me know if I got her going too fast, because she's a slow talker, so I bumped her a little bit.
Yeah, you could probably do 2.5 times for her.
Okay, here we go. Let's test out.
Was the best way to ensure the magistrate was getting
Okay,
the most
that's a little
complete and
too
accurate
fast.
information. And
Is it? Okay, we got to bump her back down to... All right.
1.5 maybe.
Oh, I thought I had it on 1.5. What did I do? 1.75?
I don't know.
defendant wants to take issue with this process.
Yeah.
But
Does that get better?
What do I do?
Yeah, I can follow this.
If the affidavit is attached to Detective A's submission, is it Detective A's affidavit, right? And there's a, for purposes of my question, a material reckless statement in there. But Detective A isn't the one that made it. It was another person on the team, let's say the cast member expert.
well,
How does that affect the Frank's analysis as it relates to the affidavit submitted by Detective A?
I would say that Detective A would have to have reason to know that that was a materially reckless statement made by Detective B.
Even if the person that made the statement on the team knows that that statement going into the affidavit, that group affidavit, if you will, or the group statement is going to ultimately make its way to the magistrate?
I'll concede I think there's an issue there, but that's not what happened. I don't think that any officer can submit a statement that they know is going to go in front of a magistrate and do so recklessly. And if they do so, then I agree that the court should take issue with that. But the cooperative nature of this investigation and this kind of group effort is allowed. As discussed more extensively in the state's response, we have several Idaho cases that support this. State v. Rubio, State v. Gomez, State v. Alger. And in our case, the probable cause affidavit, it wasn't as if the judge wasn't put on notice that this was exactly what was happening. The judge was put on notice. Each affidavit explicitly told the magistrate, blank officer, depending on who was applying for it, quote, is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigations. Throughout the document, it makes references. I consulted with FBI Vehicle Specialist S.A. Imast. I consulted with FBI S.A. Hill regarding surveillance footage. It's very clear what the sources of the information were coming from. It could absolutely be reasonably inferred where the information was coming from. The magistrate was not at all misled regarding the sources of all the information. I'm going to talk a little bit about this idea that there's some issue with who did the work in reference to Google. They claim that the CSLI work alleges Kohberger around King Road residents. And this same claim is in Exhibit A signed by Detective Blaker. Well, this is inaccurate. The officer signing the affidavit did not claim to do the cast work.
Did you mean AT&T?
Yes. They didn't claim to have gotten those records and put them into their program to determine the approximate locations of the phone. That was done by Special Agent Balance. And the affidavit makes that clear. And defendant ignores the entire paragraph within Exhibit A that makes that clear. Quote, I consulted with an FBI special agent that's a certified member of CAST. This paragraph goes on to explain what CAST is, what CAST does, the experience that's involved, S.A. Balance's own experience. And then the law enforcement officer then states, from information provided by CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone. That's not claiming to have done the CSLI work, but instead it's just a reflection. The work was done by Balance, investigators reviewed that, and then made some determinations of the approximate locations for that 8458 phone. And we're going to get into this in a little bit down because this comes up again. All about the cell phone. And we're just going to take we have two different opinions about what those records show. We have an expert who tells us, and that's what was relayed in the probable cause affidavit, and those opinions haven't changed. We differ on a few factual issues. I believe there are 3 towers that provide service to the Moscow area. Defendant is
here's my concern with you telling me that at this stage of things. Where in the record is that currently, apart from anything you may have submitted after they filed the Franks motion?
What specifically?
That there are 3 towers.
I believe I referenced it in my response.
Yeah, but if you give me evidence and I rely on that evidence, then I have to give them a full Franks hearing. And so that's why I've been very clear to say I'm looking at what the proffer is from the defense without evidence submitted by the state to determine whether they have met their threshold burden. And so I get concerned when you start telling me things that are not necessarily the evidence.
Understood. We can move past the number of towers. Here's what is in evidence, though, and based off of the PC affidavit, is that the phone was in the area for the tower that provides service to the 1122 residents. Still maintain that's true. Regardless, none of this has any bearing on the validity of the search warrant. Their argument is merely a clarification about which member did what work, and that doesn't matter to the ultimate determination for probable cause. Defendant then makes some allegations regarding an eyewitness statements related to DM. There's kind of 2 buckets of attacks here. The first bucket is that the defendant claims the magistrate was never informed that DM told law enforcement she, when shown a picture, didn't recognize the defendant. Well, it's clear from reading the probable cause affidavit that she's not going to recognize the defendant.
What relevance was the statements of DM that were included in the affidavit as to probable cause?
I cited those in my response throughout.
What were they?
Okay. I can tell you generally, consistently, she gave the same set of facts.
I understand the things that she said. Why was it important the magistrate know those things? In other words, are they going to who the ID of the perpetrator is? Are they going to establish a timeline of when the when the murders took place?
Both.
Ashley got a little standoffish. Did you see her? She's like, "Damn it, Judge. Let me explain it. Maybe explain it now. Explain it. I can. You want me to do it for you, Ashley?"
Okay, so it's part ID as well?
I think that it goes to giving a general description of the person that she saw in the residence around the time that corroborates when we know these crimes occurred. Yes, a general description is material and relevant. And that general description, which is what was provided in the PC affidavit, was consistent throughout all of her interviews. She described seeing someone wearing all black, a mask with only invisible. This person was male, white. She heard a voice that was not something that she recognized. The person was a slim, skinny, lean build. And the person was taller than she is around 5'8". That's what's important. It was that general description. And that general description did not change.
It's also important to establish the timeline.
It is. It's important to establish the timeline to know when that the timeline matched the vehicle surveillance of when a suspect vehicle is coming into the area of 1122 and then leaves, as well as text communications of her relaying what she's observing during the same time period. And even if the state's wrong, that somehow there was some exculpatory relevance to some of her statements not being included in the probable cause affidavit, you can take all of it out and the magistrate would still have probable cause. The second issue the second kind of bucket they take issue with DM is about these other just statements that she gives during interviews. The defendant argues when an eyewitness states she's not sure anything she saw was real, a magistrate should know about it. Well, the simple answer is investigators knew what she saw was real, and we know it wasn't a dream because they found the evidence discovered the next morning. Those statements didn't need to be included in the PC affidavit because they weren't exculpatory. They didn't support.
Could you imagine Dylan's conversation with the police, though, especially if she had been drinking and not knowing, or allegedly go with that naive, drinking 19-year-old girl? Could you imagine that conversation with them and how they probably wanted to bang their heads against the table going, "Oh, my God."
Yeah, and maybe not just drinking, maybe something else too, maybe.
Exactly. I've always maintained that we don't know. They were, it was a party house. She was a little partier herself. That's not a secret. We know things about her and her boyfriend, but so she was definitely intoxicated on something that night, along with the alcohol. And she probably was really confused about, the party house, the noises, all these things. I guess she was so intoxicated. That's the conclusion I had to finally come up with and give her that out, is she was just so wasted. She really didn't know what the heck was going on. But I could just imagine being the police trying to get a straight story out of this girl and trying to rule her out as a suspect at the same time.
This idea that this didn't really happen, that somehow we got it wrong. Next, defendant attacks the vehicle identification. Well, this picture they're painting about how this happened just is simply not true. The magistrate was given a very detailed picture of the investigation at the time related to the white sedan, which was later determined to be a Hyundai Elantra. This was about 5 pages of the probable cause affidavit. The reality is, still images and video were provided to a vehicle specialist. Based on his review, he provided information to investigators that the suspect vehicle was likely a Hyundai Elantra. There was some discussion regarding what was the most appropriate year range, but at the specialist's direction, he said that the year range to be focused on was 2011 to 2016. So Detective Payne reasonably relied on his expertise as a vehicle specialist and included that in his probable cause affidavit. And the court has in front of it the emails attached as exhibits that show that's exactly what occurred. And the defendant appears to argue that, well, the vehicle specialist shouldn't have relied on this video because they can't tell that that was a Hyundai Elantra. To them, it doesn't look like, I guess, a Hyundai Elantra. And the video that is clear, well, they take issue with that video because, and specifically we're talking about 1125 Bridge Road, because they say, well, that can't be surveillance video of the white Elantra, even though it was caught on video about 0.3 miles from the crime scene, about 3 minutes right before when we see the suspect vehicle enter the area of the crime scene, which 0.3 and 3 minutes appear to be the amount of time it would take the vehicle to travel to the area of the crime scene. They say, well, that can't be the right video, because if it were, then the surveillance right up the street would have also caught this video. But we know that's not true. And that's been submitted to this court. Excuse me. It was submitted through my response that their logic is flawed. And I can tell you, it has since been confirmed. I do not have, and it has been discovered to defense. We had Special Agent Hill confirm, and he discovered this as Bates 15990, which confirms that the surveillance camera that was set up to capture motion would not have captured the corner the defendant says must have been necessarily captured. Again, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the defendant's speculation about the route of travel and their differing opinion on it isn't the basis for a Franks hearing. There's no legal basis for second-guessing a vehicle specialist's opinion, and they haven't made a substantial or a sufficient proffer for you to do that. Next, the briefing addresses the IGG issue.
Is it possible to tell from the affidavit what shots and what cameras were relied upon to make the identification?
I know that well, I don't know that you needed to. I don't know that all of that information had to be included.
That wasn't my question. My question is whether the affidavit describes the specific shots and cameras relied upon to make the identification.
No. It discusses that several surveillance videos were reviewed, that images were turned over to a vehicle specialist, and then that specialist made a determination. But no, we didn't walk through describing each and every still image or video to the magistrate. No, nor did we need to. Really, the IGG has been discussed extensively. I think the only real Franks issue is, should the IGG process, the fact that it was not included in the PC, is that the basis for a Franks hearing? But you heard testimony today that law enforcement received this tip, And they made a strategic decision not to include it. We're told it's only a tip and that they should develop probable cause separately. And that's what they did. And at the end of the day, Your Honor has already kind of hit the nail on the head through your questioning of Ms. Taylor. At the end of the day, this information regarding IgG and the use of IgG is only inculpatory. And the non-reliance on the IgG information does not diminish probable cause. The IgG information was confirmed through the STR testing. I can't wrap my head around any argument that IgG and STR testing would be exculpatory. Defendant makes kind of hay about the dog barking, and that I guess the magistrate should have been informed that a dog barked for 25 to 30 minutes, and this is just a reach for me. I'm still unclear how this is exculpatory, and again, this fact just does not diminish. Take out all information related to the dog. It doesn't diminish probable cause. Circling back to the cell phones, at the end of the day, this is the proffer is their opinion of the evidence. That's not the basis for a Franks hearing. We're relying on our expert's opinion. They disagree. And that is a dispute that should be had, and it should be had at trial. And I suspect it will. But it doesn't give you the basis to grant a Franks hearing. The next area is the footprint. There was a footprint found outside of DM's bedroom. They claim that the inclusion of this was misleading. But again, there's nothing misleading about the statement. The statement says during the process of the crime scene, the investigators found a latent shoe print. It was located during the second processing. It came back using a presumptive blood test and showed the presence of cellular material. They let the judge know that it was outside the door to DM's bedroom located on the second floor, and it's consistent with her statements. Yeah. The investigators provided the magistrate the information they had at the time of the investigation. Defendant's opinions about where the shoe print should have been located, and it couldn't necessarily have been located there, again, that just doesn't rise to the level to warrant a Franks hearing. Again, our case doesn't hinge on the identification of the shoe print with or without this information. I'm going to address grand jury subpoenas. They didn't discuss it today, but it's addressed in their motion.
Before we get to that, can you address the allegation that the cell phone data was, I guess, purposefully erroneous as to the time that the phone was no longer reporting, which then relates to the supposed position of travel?
Right. Well, I don't know that I completely wrap my head around the defendant's logic in this.
I have to, so help me out.
Well, I still don't understand.
I understand her statement and her argument. I'm trying to understand your response.
I guess what was reported was the information known at the time that the probable cause affidavit was given.
By Detective Payne? Or by
the information that he was given from.
This goes to my first question about imputed erroneous statements. So I understand the allegation in that regard, not necessarily to be that Detective Payne knew the statement was wrong, because I'm not sure there's evidence of that. But did the CAS specialist know that there was a misinterpretation or an erroneous report?
I don't think that you have before you a sufficient proffer that proves that the CAS specialist submitted false information. Apparently there's a difference in the handoffs of 7 minutes. At the end of the day, okay. No, I don't think it's incredibly material.
Is it material if you look at it in terms of where the phone was in that 7 minutes?
Well, it's material.
Going a direction different than what your affidavit says it was going, isn't that material?
The direction of travel, like, yes, I would say it was if it was found outside of Pullman. It was not. It was reporting to a tower in Pullman. This assumption assumes that cars can't change direction of travel. We're assuming that then the same cell phone, which was then turned off, isn't then also tied to the evidence where we do have information to believe a white sedan tied to Mr. Kohberger is then found on surveillance. We're not talking about 7 minutes. We're talking about 7 minutes at 2:50 in the morning, which is about an hour, approximately a little over an hour before the crimes occurred. I don't follow the logic that this 7 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes prior.
Yeah, I agree with Ashley on that. We shouldn't lose no minutes at all, but that's a little weird.
Proves that there's no way the defendant couldn't have traveled the 7 miles to Moscow, whether or not the car was pointed in a different direction or not. It's a leap for me. Does that answer?
Well, it's your answer, so.
Let's say it was. Let's say that it was exculpatory. Let's say it was materially that it was false. It was recklessly included. It wasn't, but let's say it was. Well, the magistrate still had enough information before her to grant probable cause for the arrest. So we still don't get to a Franks hearing, even if you want to make that leap. I can quickly go through grand jury subpoenas. At the end of the day, their desire still, this has come up several times throughout this process, their desire to see the actual grand jury subpoenas is not the basis for a Franks hearing. There's just simply no legal basis to support that idea. And there is nothing obtained that was obtained in violation of any of the defendant's constitutional rights. They say they needed to know the scope, but it is not clear to the state how that would have made any difference in the probable cause determination or why the magistrate would need to know that. Again, this just appears to be another attempt by the defendant to try to obtain these federal grand jury subpoenas. And I submit to you, Franks is not the proper avenue. We're going to go to lack of connection. I think this has already been addressed by Your Honor. At the end of the day, this fact just has no bearing on the probable cause determination. The investigators relayed the known information they had at the time, and timing is important. At the time of the application of most of the warrants, the evidence taken from the defendant and his vehicle was still being reviewed. We didn't know if there was a connection. Only a few warrants even fell outside of that. Apple, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, PayPal, and Microsoft. However, even for those warrants, the state submits to you that fact's not necessarily exculpatory. The defendant's belongings and the vehicle were recovered approximately 6 weeks after the homicides. And that fact was known in the probable cause affidavit. It could be reasonably inferred. But it's not enough to outweigh the balance of the information that was included that did establish probable cause. I submit to you that the defendant has wholly failed to establish a single false statement or omission without which the magistrate would not have found probable cause. I ask that you deny their motion for a Franks hearing. Thank you.
Little, briefly.
I'll try.
I'll try to do my part to make you so that you can and avoid asking questions unless I'm truly stumped.
Before I get started on what I want to tell you, in response to what the state said and in my summary, I'm curious about the new police report that was talked about. I didn't see it in the submission given to Your Honor.
I've had such an avalanche, I can't think of what it is off my head. If it did, it certainly wouldn't be part of the analysis for the court in determining whether or not you've met your showing to have a Franks hearing.
Well, that's good, because it occurred after my Franks briefing came, so I didn't get a chance to respond to that yet. All right, let's start with the grand jury subpoenas. And yeah, we wanted those in discovery. We didn't get those. We were told no a couple of different times.
Oh, she got a little passive aggressive there with the judge.
At least one of the warrants was used. The returns from the
most definitely did.
If you go back like a minute, she goes, well, even if I had it, then I didn't have a chance to present it.
Yeah. And I see the chatter and the chat about the plea deal. A lot of people have speculated, will a plea deal be, will there be one? Will there not be one?
There will not be one.
No, I don't think that Kohberger is, and if you watch him and the way he looks at his attorneys and the way he looks at, just watch his responses to things. Don't forget what he was living, what he studies. He could have, after his courses were finished at WSU, he could have went on to law school. So keep all that in mind.
We should have a poll.
Go ahead.
We should have a poll.
Mm-hmm.
We should ask people if they think that if they think he's gained weight or lost weight in jail. Because I think he's lost weight, and you think he's gained weight.
Definitely lost.
To me, sometimes he looks like he's gained. Sometimes it looks like he's lost. I think it probably fluctuates. Probably depends on how good those vegan meals really were that day. I'm thinking, I don't know, he probably has not. There's probably times he's probably lost sleep. If he's got a conscience at all or a little bit of worry in his mind, there may be times he's not eating right, I don't know. Joe wants to do a poll. You guys have followed the case. Do you think he's gained weight? My poll would be, do you think he'll take a DNA? I was looking.
That actually is a better poll. That's a good poll.
Drop your answers in the chat. 1 for plea deal, 2 for no deal. Deal or no deal.
It used the return from the grand jury subpoena to obtain information, and we don't have those, so we don't know the scope and parameters of that. So the magistrate relied on something that's not reviewable by us, and that's kind of gotten to be
Amazon. Is that Amazon?
It is Amazon, Your Honor, and the return on the search warrant says that they already produced them pursuant to something else, and the affidavit says we saw these things, so now give them to us in a search warrant. That just seems to be problematic to me. It's kind of the same thing that's laying on pretty thick here. You can't have it. We're not going to tell you about it, but don't worry, we didn't do anything wrong. And that's a problem. That's a theme of this case, and that's really a problem. So I think we should have Frank's hearing to explore what that really is about, if for nothing
else. The omission or the misstatement that as it relates to the Amazon warrant.
The omission is the FBI used the grand jury system and obtained this information outside of the warrant process, but for some reason, we need to come and get a warrant because nobody gets to. I have them in other cases, Judge. I don't know why they're withheld here. It makes me really suspicious.
I guess from Frank's perspective, though, the question is there a material, intentional misstatement or reckless misstatement?
From Frank's perspective, was it material? Well, it was relied on to get the warrant, right?
It's disclosed to the magistrate that this was the result of information given as a result of the federal grand jury.
It failed to disclose the parameter around that grand jury subpoena.
How is that? Well, I understand. I promised I wouldn't slow you down, so I'm going to just go ahead.
Okay. I'll go backwards. The 7 minutes that's not disclosed, that's intentional, that's not given to the magistrate to make the decision. There are a lot of these things that are intentional withholdings and a lot of things that are deliberate. You heard a lot earlier today about the hours of meetings that took place and the decisions to keep certain things secret. So I think we've satisfied the prong of deliberate and intentional withholding from the magistrate or deliberate false statements to the magistrate on all of those areas. I want to talk only about a couple of other things. The credibility of the witness that they talked to, the one that they cited information from, that was relied on. That appears in these affidavits, and it's relied on after Mr. Koberger's identified to say, well, he has bushy eyebrows, so this person has to be right. It's relied on when the police officers.
Now, a second ago, she just spoke of the that he had heard earlier when she's talking about stuff he heard in that closed hearing. So all of that will be in those transcripts. So I can't wait to get our hands on those.
Put into the affidavit, the footprint that I didn't talk about on my.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Go ahead.
I do have a quick question. So, what she was just saying a minute ago about the grand jury warrants and whatnot, is that the grand jury, the investigative grand jury that they did in the Dana Smithers case, where they got his parents in? She's trying to say that the FBI used that as an excuse to get some extra warrants.
People are saying there was a federal grand jury as well as the state grand jury, and I am so confused on that. I've watched a couple of creators trying to figure that out, but apparently there was a federal grand jury first, Nina's, and that's some of the stuff she wanted to look at, but hasn't been I guess I don't think it's that she has to see it because it's grand jury stuff, but yeah, so I'm really, I don't know really what's going on. But there's apparently was a federal grand jury and then the grand jury that we knew about. But I don't know if this is tied to the one over there in Pennsylvania or not. That's what I can't figure out.
Well, because here's the thing. He got indicted in May of 2023, like I think the day before my birthday or whatever. That's how I remember it. So that was May of 2023. Dana Smithers went missing in May of 2022, but they found her body about a month before the 1 year anniversary. So I think they found her in April. So,
Yes.
and then they did, I don't remember when they pulled his parents in, might have been around the same time.
Yeah, I've got an article on that saved too, but I can't remember. It was not long after that all that started happening. And then remember we had discussed, and I just put, there was some information that come out, not information that came out in like a hearing, but I was listening to another creator claiming a friend with Kohberger interviewed somebody who was a friend of Kohberger's, and it came out about a place he worked at. And I remember chatter in the Dana Smithers Facebook group about how Dana worked at the pizza place at the mall in Strasbourg and possibly worked with BK.
He was security at the mall or
Right,
whatever at one
but
point.
also- Yeah, Facebook group, they were talking about there was a possibility she worked at the pizza place. Well, then this guy that was being interviewed, his ex-drug buddy, brings up that Brian did work at the pizza place. I even got the name of it, but he didn't work there long.
Okay.
So I was thinking, oh, was that the pizza place where he might have known Dana from?
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, we'll do a piece on that eventually.
Okay.
On my first one, we gave the court the photographs of it. I'm happy to give the court these. That's a misleading statement to the court or to the magistrate that was asked for probable cause. This footprint is at the very edge of the door. It's a single footprint and it's not repeated throughout the house. So to act like that bolsters this witness is really important, especially in context of the misstatements of the witness. I want to go through these. I won't read them in their entirety to the court, but Your Honor asked the prosecutor what they were. And I counted up, and at the very first interview, remember the issue was whether or not one of the victims ran downstairs, and she didn't say it once, she said it 4 times in a row in the very first interview, and that just didn't happen. It just couldn't have happened, and that was not told. In fact, that statement was brushed over and withheld from the magistrate. About the memory issues in the second interview the same day, there are 2 references to not remembering. A couple of days later, there's the third interview, and there's references to not remembering, being drunk, a statement, I don't know any of it, like half this stuff. I don't know if it's a dream or if it's real. That's at page 399. At page 406, I don't know if this was real or in my mind was just like playing with me. But from what I think I heard, someone was crying in the bathroom.
Someone was crying in the bathroom. And remember, she said we knew she was crying, and she thought maybe Ethan and Xana had fought. That was the alleged the things that she supposedly heard. But we knew at some point Anne was really going to go after Dylan's statements.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So it's not a surprise, and it's par for the course, and that's why I think a lot of protection from law enforcement has went in around Dylan.
These are definite statements that were not given to the magistrate and in fact were brushed over. And credibility is really, really important when that person is relied on in the investigation. So let's talk about the vehicle. The court asked some questions about what the magistrate could see in the PC affidavit. The way it's laid out would cause one to think that the vehicle's identified on the camera near the house, and that's not so. It's not identifiable. The state's expert said it's not identifiable from that particular video. It's piecing together the other videos that they come up with something.
What's the evidence that law enforcement relied on the Ridge Road footage to identify the vehicle?
What did they rely on?
What's the evidence that they relied on Ridge Road, which you say doesn't show anything? What's the evidence they relied on that to ID the vehicle?
They relied on the Ridge Road camera, and you can see that in the emails from IMO and the other law enforcement officers when they say they have Paradise Creek Road, and then they say we finally got a good one, and it produced to us is the 1125 Ridge Road footage and photograph, and that's the only one that you can make a positive ID on the car.
Where is that in the record?
The 1125 Ridge Road, well, it's in our discovery.
Or is it in the motion?
I believe we put a picture of that in our motion. I can look at it's in my original memorandum. I think there's a picture of that. Let me grab that page for you.
I just put that down.
Your Honor, I believe it's on page 17 of the amended memorandum.
That's just the photograph?
Yes.
But not the information that ties that to the Ridge Road camera?
Your Honor, it's tied by our argument based on our review of the discovery. I don't have an affidavit from any police officer saying it was that. I probably don't have an email other than the ones from Immel and that transaction that we did provide for the court, that was the video that the identification was made on. That, I'd love to know more about that as well, Your Honor.
Oh, but that's not the standard.
I understand that. I understand that. I would refer the court to our exhibit with Agent Immel's communication. I believe that is going to be at D9, and then the pictures contained in the Frank's motion. Let me talk a little bit more about IGG, even though we've done that all day long today. I would remind the court that IGG doesn't identify a person. It suggests a family group, and an investigation can happen from there, but nothing happened until the IGG happened behind the scenes and in a closet. That brings me to talk about the intentionalness of this in an overview. And the court should look at the entire picture of what's happened. It's a long investigation. It's a complicated investigation, but you have law enforcement repeatedly meeting and you have FBI agents sprinkled in. And there are a lot of things that you've heard about today that are withheld, that are super secret, that nobody's going to talk about. And there's a lot of meetings that are happening, particularly around the IGG. That's a definite, we're not going to put that in there. But there's also the communication about the AT&T records, about what do those phone records mean? What does it mean when there's calls being handed off or phone tower reporting being handed off to track a vehicle? What does that mean? There's communication. Partial picture was decided upon. A picture left out a lot of detail, a picture that gave false statements to the magistrate to get probable cause to get that first AT&T warrant. That was, the officers went back and forth talking about what kind of statements to use. Statements were changed to be included in that, and definite decisions were made at that time. The decision was made to leave the witnesses' statements in as they were, even though there had been interview after interview after interview, and they knew those were incorrect. The decision was made to build a false investigation and leave out the super secret IGG part. And that decision was made based on the behavior of the agents and based on not wanting anybody to review what they did so that we could check their work and see if they did anything right. That just continued with decisions to leave things out in this case. Probable cause doesn't get determined by one little thing without context, especially when there's context of omitted information. That's why we have the opportunity for a Franks hearing, to ask for a Franks hearing and to offer information for your Honor to rely on. It is imperative that there be integrity in the warrant process. There's a lot of power in going to a magistrate and having no attorney there, nobody to cross-examine, nobody to question. There's a lot of power in that to obtain a warrant. And there's a lot of danger when there's that much power too. To leave just a little out here, to add a little more here, and go get a warrant, and then build everything that comes from that. And that's what's happened here. Your Honor, we ask for a Franks hearing to more fully explore these. The court can see this is a massive amount of information. The court has 1,000 pages. These aren't just pages that we made up. There's a lot going on here, and we need to have a hearing to fully explore this. Thank you.
All right, I will take the GG under advisement. I will under advisement, issue opinions on those forthwith. We will pick up tomorrow with, I'm trying to think, we're probably got the evidence on the motions to suppress tomorrow, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you in the morning.
All right. Joe, you still with us? I know you got a dip soon. You got a Zoom meeting.
Yep. Yeah, I got a meeting at the top of the hour.
Oh, okay. Well, good. We'll be wrapped up just in time. Tomorrow, Joe's going to go live in the morning, I believe. So I will probably do an afternoon stream, and we'll go over the second day 2 of the hearings because there's still a lot that was said in there that I want to review again as well. So I might make it back in tonight. You never know. I don't have a lot planned today. I do need to go to town quickly later just to grab a couple things. So I might jump back on tonight and we'll do part 2 if you guys are down with that. I'll let you know for sure.
Okay.
I do. Dolphin, you are always welcome to join me whenever we're live. You know that. You are one of my, I speak about you and the work we've done in this case a lot with Joe. And when we talk about the case, because Joe's getting caught up to speed, you know, as far as everything that's went on in this case. And you know a lot about what has went on and stuff. So I always enjoy having you up here as
Thank
well.
you.
But I'll let, No, yeah,
and it was nice to meet you, and I appreciate your knowledge and your perspective in this case.
Oh, thank you. It was nice to meet you too.
Yeah, and so I'll let you know, Dolphin, when I decide to schedule, and I'll see if you're available.
Okay.
Anyway, guys, again, thanks for coming in and hanging out with us while we look at this again. And like I said, we'll either tonight or either tonight or tomorrow, we'll get back to reviewing the second part of the hearing and have our discussion continue. And appreciate you guys all being here. If you don't mind, hit the like button on your way out if you haven't already, and consider joining as a member. Like I said, we're going to put together a members only live this weekend and do a little deep dive on the Lisk Gilgo Beach stuff. So anyway, you guys have a fabulous day, and I really appreciate you tuning in. Thank you, guys.
You too.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to each